should get yours.
No, I definitely want to go that one. I'll text you. Yeah, I'd rather do that than the urban one.
You can still get it.
All righty, folks. Good afternoon. Great to see everyone, and welcome to our Superintendent Search Board workshop this evening. We have a quorum in person, and we also have Ms. Ceballos online. And I believe, and I apologize, I got to put my glasses on so I can see all the way up there. Who else do we have online? So excuse me for not being able to see. All right, and I believe we'll go ahead and turn over to a presentation and get started.
Thank you. Welcome board. And
Hey, Dan.
again, my name is Ben Johnson. I'm with McPherson and Jacobson. Really wanted to spend some time with you today on a couple key things. Make sure I do it here. So we'll review the process timeline. We're on track. Trustee Tillman, nice seeing you, sir. We're on track based on your goals and objectives to have your next superintendent hired, identified really by early next year. But I'll walk through that. The one piece that we haven't really talked about is kind of fine-tuning the criteria. So thank you, board, for sending in the things that you want in your next leader, and we'll just drill down on that more. And I don't think it'll take too much time because you've already made a lot of progress in the area. And then I'll review this, your education partners sessions. We've done 8 of those, including a town hall meeting, and we'll talk about where we think we can probably do some more to increase the information that you have from your community. Any questions before I get started? Yes, sir.
So you're aware that we have 2 new board members, right?
I am.
So it'd be good to reach out to them as soon as possible, because even though they may not be seated, they can still attend the meetings. So maybe you get their contact information and make sure that we start involved with them as soon as possible.
I was going to wait for board direction on that, but I didn't want to do anything because they haven't been seated yet, and it's not technically official. But once I get board direction on that, I'll be happy to do that, Trustee
Yeah,
Tillman.
and to the board, I look for consensus. In the past, in situations like this, the election is over, we know we have new board members, so they don't have to be sworn in order to participate. Of course, they can't vote and that type of thing, but they can definitely be involved and take the input. It would just help with the process, because of course we want those board members to be involved in picking that superintendent that they'll be working with.
So thank you for that. And then what I like to do is part of what I was going to talk to the board moving forward, because we're really getting like the pre-stuff we did before didn't really require a lot of board involvement, but I would like to start making sure the board's copied on where we are in the process. I personally like to give kind of weekly update on what's happening, and then so we'll include your new trustees in that process too, if that's the direction.
And thank you, Vice President Tillman. And we do, looks like we have some comments in regards to that. So I'll move over to Ms. Rosales Medina.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I know for sure we have one new school board member. In my personal opinion, because I've been through this a lot, the race is too close to call yet, only because there's still 150,000 countywide
Wow.
votes. So unfortunately, the second one, we don't know for sure yet. So I would agree with maybe bringing in that one new board member, but I don't know to what extent they would be involved, but definitely would like them to at least maybe look at these meetings and maybe provide some input if it's possible as a community member.
Can I offer a suggestion? I'll contact all the current candidates that have candidates. I'll keep them that and your one that's elected. I'll contact all 3. And I think I can provide them without violating anything that's confidential, what the process looks like, what the timeline looks like in details, answer any questions they have about that. That wouldn't be violating anything, and I wouldn't be segmenting their opinion. And then for your current trustee that we know has won, for lack of better words, getting their ideas as far as criteria is important, and including that, but balancing it. And there's nothing really to balance out with that person. Like President Wyatt said, that person's already really in office,
Right,
almost.
right.
So whatever, if I get that direction from the board, I'd be more than happy to do those things in the next couple of days.
Well, I would be okay with that one new trustee that we know for sure.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
And I was going to weigh in on the fact that there's no certifications yet, right? And there was a law that changed in 2020 regarding it. No certifications until after, I think it's the second Friday. And that is to be sure and to make sure that everything is on the up and up. And so that's actually, on the books for us to, you wait until certification. So I also know, because I got calls from individuals about your forums. And so, because we knew you were going to do them, right? But I say that because that means they're privy to those forums as well. So they can attend to whatever other community forums. It is all transparent out there as well. So whatever is different or not, but I know in the past it has been said, well, you look at a number and you say, okay, they probably should, but there is a policy out there, a law out there now that says to wait until after the second Friday, I think it is.
I think, thank you. I think from a high level, I would provide them any information that anybody else in the public could get, right? Because we haven't talked anything confidential. They're not going to see candidates. You haven't even seen candidates yet. And so I think I can spend the appropriate time with them as they would need. But any community member would want, if any community member said, what's your process like? What is your timeline? Those kind of things. I could share that high-level information with anybody. But I think just a phone call to make them a part of the process. And I think the only thing different, if everyone's okay with it, with the open trustee area, being able to get that person's feedback on criteria may be something different that I can do. And I can get it from the other two, but just wait until the certification and then include that person that is deemed to be the winner's responses later.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Vice President Tillman.
So what Dr. Rogers said made it even clearer for me, because it's important for me to be able to keep the process moving. All the other people are not like a person who is going to win the election.
Right.
So if the second Friday is the date, you can look at that date. You said 3, but it's only 2 because Dr. Flores is here. So if she overcomes the other person running, then she's here already anyway.
That's right. Thank you.
But my point is, so you only have you have Mickey for sure, and then maybe Mary Ellen, depending on the results. But we'll know after Friday. What I don't want to have happen is
Wait.
Exactly. We can give him direction that after certification happens, and if that other person ends up winning, then we want to get that person's input in this process. The sooner the better. I would not want to wait until December to do that, because everything that we talked about is the importance of having information from the board and helping to select the next superintendent. So we want to involve those people as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos, any comment on that, since we have you here? You don't have a light, so I'm looking over you at the screen.
There, I'm looking.
Yeah, thank you. I think it just, for my comfort, and again, comments have already been made. For my comfort, I think it's important to, I know that there's some obvious wins, right? But I think waiting for just doing things in order. I don't know what the law says. Dr. Rogers kind of shared some light there, but just, I would hate for us to do anything out of place, if that makes any sense. So that's just kind of my input. However, I do want things to, go as smoothly as possible and as quickly as possible as well without, extra delaying. So those are just kind of my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I'll just, put my comment in real quick that nothing precludes the individuals that are in question to give feedback, right? We have community feedback. We have different surveys out there. I mean, our survey was quite simple as well, so there's no reason why they cannot fill out those surveys now and give their input just like we did. And the community should all have access to do that, right?
That's my thought, sir, is
Exactly.
that the surveys are the 4 questions that we went over in the town forum, and we'll review them again tonight in the feedback. But what's good about the community? So there's 2 things that I'm talking: the survey, which is open to anybody, and then the criteria, which I think is a different piece. But the survey is what's good about the community, what's good about the district, what should the candidate, your next leader, know about the district before making the decision to come to the district, and what are the characteristics, traits, attributes you want your next leader. And that's the survey that's open to everybody to fill out, and then we break that down by subgroups, and we could send those specifically. In fact, we already have you ready to go. Isn't that right, Dr. Bowers?
Yeah, and I do apologize. I wanted to introduce Dr. Bowers as well. I'd put my glasses on, see everybody up there. Mr. Johnson, sure.
Yeah, so we can do that, and then we will wait on criteria until certification. Is that
All righty, let's continue. Thank you.
You're welcome. So just a reminder, here are the phases of the process. We kind of did a little bit of criteria, but we're going to talk about that more today. The timeline is done. We've already been advertising in all the appropriate sources. We've had 7 stakeholder meetings, education partner meetings so far. We could do more, and we'll talk about, we may want to do one more town hall, a virtual one, just to try to get more feedback from people that weren't able to go online. Applications are coming in. I've personally talked to 6 candidates that are sitting superintendents that are interested in the position. I obviously won't say who they are, but they're not in podunk districts. They're really well thought of leaders in education that haven't made a decision, but they've reached out to talk about what it would be like to grow their career here. And then the selection process of the candidates to be interviewed, that's phase 4. We have that meeting scheduled. Right now we had 2 dates that we were looking at and some board feedback on that as well, but we were looking at December 13th, which is your regular meeting, as maybe starting earlier, or a separate meeting on the 14th. And I don't like to overburden the board when we do those meetings because it's a lot. But if we do all the right work, we probably could do it December 13th if we started at 4 o'clock and focus 2 hours between like 4 and 6 just to do presentation to candidates. I say that without seeing the list yet, because if I have too many, then I would say to the board, we want to have maybe additional. But I think 2 hours would be enough to present candidates to you. And then interviews in January. And I think the one piece that that's constant reminder is phase 5, and it's really about getting you and your next leader together to help develop goals to make sure, no disrespect to the superintendent, but they serve at the pleasure of the board, right? And so your governance team needs to be connected and in the same mindset moving forward, and you and that person set those goals together and you hold them accountable for those goals. But we do that as part of our process, usually within 30 to 60 days after that person's hired. So this just takes what we just went through and put some dates around it. I think I covered most of it. The position currently is scheduled to close November 30th. And people always ask, what does it look like in candidates? We've got people always wait to the last minute, and the last week is when we get 80% of the resumes in. We'll confirm what date you want to have that shortlist presentation, either the 13th or the 14th. And currently we have scheduled to do interviews January 6th and 7th. And then the objective was hiring the person. I think the comment was March of 2023. And then phase 5, as I just mentioned, the goal setting with the superintendent within those first 60 days. Any questions about the calendar so far? Any thoughts on the 13th or the 14th of December for presenting the short list of candidates? And I'm not explaining what that means. So we'll probably get 30 people that will apply for the position. We'll take that list based on your criteria and narrow that list down to probably 10 to 12. We'll bring those to the board on that 13th or 14th and talk about those candidates a little bit more. And the objective is to take that list to determine the 4, I'll say 3 to 5, maybe 6 at the most candidates you would want to sit down and interview. And then we'll talk about the interview process at the shortlist meeting, because some of the things that we'll talk about are closed session items, and I don't want to talk about those. I won't talk about those here. So, yes.
Looks like it's Dr. Flores and then Vice President Tillman.
You know, the 13th is going to be a heavy day for the board. And in the past, we take care of a lot of business. And then, there's installation, there's reception,
Yeah,
there's
it's a lot.
there's a lot. I would highly recommend to my colleagues a special board meeting, so we focus on, the actual, task at hand, which would be the superintendent's because it'll get lost and it's a lot.
Well, and
That's
you
just
don't want
my
to be,
recommendation.
and you don't want to be exhausted,
Just
right?
giving past experience, that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
So my question is, you said that you're going to have the criteria already before the 14th?
I'll have the criteria when I leave here today, hopefully.
So that's what my concern is, because when you say criteria, what are you talking about?
Sorry. So we've already started advertising, but the criteria takes the high level of the superintendent. Try to say this. There's going to be a lot of people that are qualified for that role. So we've been advertising for superintendents that meet the qualifications of a superintendent. As we get into making sure there's fit, that's where the criteria comes in, taking what the board says, taking the information that we heard from the community with the board's direction, what pieces make sense to you as a board, because it's your decision, right? We give you the information to help find it. So let's say you want someone from a criteria perspective that I'm just going to use something that comes up, that has experience with bonds, right? That's specific, right? And every candidate may have qualifications of being a superintendent, but may not have that experience. So those are the kind of pieces that we'll take after our discussion, right? And that'll be how we narrow that large list of 30 to 10 to 12.
So that you answered my question. Here's the real concern I have. The input from whoever the new board members are
Right.
needs to be taken into account. So I just want to be sure that at some point, I know we mentioned the second Friday. I just want to be clear that you are saying that criteria is going to be gained from whoever the.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because they're part of this governance body, right?
But
Absolutely.
my point is, because there was a little bit of ambiguity in the fact that they weren't sworn in yet, and I kept hearing you say, we won't give them, you want to give them the same information and everybody's the same. They're not. Those people, whoever going to end up sitting here, are not the same as everybody else.
No, I understand your direction, sir.
So my point is, their input is important. So I just want to make sure I get the confirmation from you that when you leave here, that at some point you're going to ensure that the criteria that we use is going to be is going to include the new board members, whoever they are, after the date that Dr. Rogers said, the second Friday of this month.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Not this month. I'm trying to look up the policy again. It's in December, because it's after the certification. Yeah, because this election was kind of off. And so to your point, I know you're saying a little earlier, but the clarity is it is in December.
So that's my point. So if we need to adjust the timeline, then we should adjust the timeline. I just got to make sure that it's not complicated, but
It's not.
we should.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and you're the criteria is when you get down to your discussion of fit. So when you're sitting in that room, it won't just be me, it'll be you that'll make that decision of including, let me so we will include and make sure their voice is part of that process and heard, and there won't be any issue with that because they're part of your body.
And to be fair, maybe I'm off on this. I want to make sure that if you're saying that the criteria is you looked at what the board sent in, and you saw where 4 board members said they want the superintendent to have a PhD, or you saw that there were 4 that didn't care whether he has a PhD. You saw there were 4 that said they have to have experience in a unified school district or a district with more than 10,000 students. Those type of things are critical for me in terms of making sure that the new board members weigh in on that. Now, as long as you tell me that's going to happen, then I'm okay with it. But I know from experience, those are big deals.
They are.
So whatever, whenever you tell me that for sure that you're at a point where you can take that input from those specific people, that's important.
Oh, yes, sir. And let me just make sure that we're going to go through and confirm your criteria after we go through these slides, and then I'll include those in there. Yes.
Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you. So I also kind of have a lot of questions. So I'm going to start with, you said that you had 7 sessions so far with educational partners, correct?
That's correct.
So for me, it is important to also see what the community is saying, so that I'm able to also.
We're gonna show you that.
Okay, perfect. Are you going to show as well what the targeted groups were that you have already met with, whether it's
Yes.
teachers
Yes.
or okay, and then participation rates as well? That's going to be included.
I think we can pull those numbers up. We don't say who said what, but we have numbers, how many people were in the sessions.
Right. Okay. Perfect. And then also, sorry, I'm kind of just
No,
trying
it's
to
okay.
collect my thoughts. It's a lot of information. In terms of community participating, who do they need to contact? How do you reach out to them?
So it depends.
Who's the point of contact?
So it depends on the group. So if you're asking, let's use your teachers association. The president was contacted. The president got to choose the members that she wanted to attend, and they attended their session. And we use your staff to help us identify the point people for making those contacts, because we don't have those contacts. Those are for those individual groups. I can go through the list of groups that we contact. I can show you the ones that showed up, but that's a little bit further down. You want me to jump from here to that, or can I answer that for you later when I get to that piece?
No, you can answer it later, but I do have a question based on that comment that you made. So does that mean that it wasn't an open invitation for any, like, let's say in this case, teachers, right? It wasn't an open invitation for all teachers to be able to attend?
Well, those are two different groups. We had, based on the early discussions, we identified here are the stakeholder groups that were suggested that we contact. So that's the groups that we use for that. So for example, if the stakeholder group that has a voice wasn't identified as teachers, it was identified as the Teachers Association. So that president determined who attended that group. We did not have a meeting that said all teachers. What we do have is the ability online for anybody to go online and identify themselves as a teacher and fill out the same questions that were done in those individual groups online. So those kind of breakdowns, because in order to have an effective session that lasts about an hour, we've found through our experience that having between 10 to 15 people in those groups, sometimes 20 at the high side, is the best way to get input on those 4 questions and to have a discussion and to make sure you get those meetings done in an efficient manner.
Okay, I'll follow through the presentation, and then I'll ask questions as those slides come up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos and Mr. Johnson. Just before we get started, we are going to have a reception from that evening of our board meeting, so we would have to select a different date.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so before we get into the education partners, I want to just kind of review this discussion piece about criteria. And so to be sure, this is an open process. I've made the comment several times in other groups that we don't have a select list of candidates that we're bringing from district to district. Some people like that process. We don't think it's fair for your community. We want to make sure we identify candidates for you to select to get the best person that's the best fit for your next leader. It definitely fine-tunes the process. I reinforce this about fit. It also minimizes unconscious bias that happens anytime you're doing a recruiting process if you focus on criteria. So key terms, and Trustee Tillman brought up one, so where people want certain things from their candidates. So we'll use some verbiage, and we really like the board's input on some of these things. I think we'll take note of these because these are things that as we're going through that we want to make sure we're differentiating between required, preferred, and desired. And so to give you an example, a required skill may be from the board that person has cabinet level experience. That may be what you require. Or you may want to require someone to have superintendent level experience. You may say it's desired that person is bilingual. So I just want to, so for some, or the example that was used, it is desired that person has a doctorate. So I like to kind of get some of those kind of discussion points from the board as we continue to go through this process and think about candidates. And then we'll go through some more of the specifics that you've already addressed and may comment on.
Dr. Daddy Rogers.
From our survey information, do you have any of that? I don't want to get it, I didn't look. But do you have any of our information kind of gathered together at all?
I have your information, but this is the first step before we get into the correct specific.
Because the reason why I'm asking that, because I'm hearing you're asking us like right now.
Well,
and I'm wondering, did we?
You didn't give me those things. You gave me this piece. These are the criteria, the 6 things that you gave me. But before we get to that, I wanted to get to the board's comments on the other pieces that we haven't gotten to yet, which are, we didn't talk about doctorate. We didn't talk about cabinet level experience.
Okay.
We didn't talk about any of those pieces. So that's the first thing that.
And I guess I have a question too, not to, I don't know, a lot of times we don't like to reinvent the wheel, but I mean, we recently had a list among us that are here. And the reason why I'm saying that, because we're the same people that may want to add, we always can add, but those things, I'm wondering why we just, I don't know, didn't give that, or can we add that? I mean, to do it now, you're just kind of trying to remember, but they were very critical about, and I don't think it's changed, so that's my couldn't remember. I thought the survey was capturing some of that, the new survey, but I'm, talking about previous, what we just recently did.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Vice President Tillman.
I don't mean to be redundant, but I think if we're going to get that detailed and specific, then it should wait until we seat the new board member. And especially if after whatever that date is, we're seating 2 new board members. Because you have to remember this. At some point, if it could turn out where we're going to have a 6-member board, and 2 of them may be brand new. And to tell them that if they have, I'm not saying they are, but if they have or do take exception to any of the criteria, to tell them that it's too late and we're past that, that's not a good thing. That's a bad way to start a relationship with the new superintendent based on that. Now, I'm just one board member, but I would hope that the board would agree with me that it's better to wait than.
My only concern, sir, is that I think we can do what you said a minute ago, include that discussion and have that discussion with them, but I don't want to keep, my point is, and it's up to you, right? But if we push the timeline back and you're okay with doing that, then that's a discussion we have to have. But the more we wait, the more it causes that timeline to get pushed back. So, and I'm not just concerned about just being direct, right? I don't want you to lose great candidates because we're getting close to superintendent hiring season. So part of my job, right, is to give you some thoughts on include it, but don't wait. And and keep moving the process forward so you don't lose anybody. That's my only concern.
Let me just be, I know with some of the criteria you're talking about, it becomes a back and forth conversation between board members. And the board members are going to state why they think this is important. I just don't see how you do that and then get to a point where you seek 2 new board members and then somehow say, I don't know what you say. I purposely didn't turn in the criteria because I wanted to force the process to wait in case we got new board members. Because I know the importance of ensuring that board members that are going to pick a superintendent are involved in every step of the way. Now, I would just hope that I have 3 other board members that agree with me because it's bad enough and tough enough and hard enough getting off on the right foot with a new superintendent when you do all the right things of getting the input. But I couldn't imagine not having that input if we're going to end up seating, 2 new people. And not only that, you're also going to have another board member that's here now that won't be here. So whatever it is that they're saying they want is going to weigh in, and you're using that criteria versus the ones who aren't here. Somehow we have to involve the folks that are going to be here. You're going to have big changes on this board. So, and I, the board may say, hey, shut up, Danny, we're going to do it, and I'm with that. If we got whatever the majority says, I'm with it. I just want to voice that I have a real concern about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice President Tune. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. So again, on one, I would wonder if the board would entertain, that list for the sake of time. Karen, I don't know if she can pull it up, but it exists, right? From these same board members of what we talked about, the criteria for this district. Secondly, new board members coming on or going off are still a part of the community, giving input, knowing what they may or may not like. And then thirdly, by the time you get to the interview phase, those members, new members, are going to be well aware via the board members updating them on the information or them asking. I don't think we're tying ourselves to a place that they can never weigh in down the road. If they say, hey, for an example, since this was the example we used, hey, you have a candidate that is not a PhD. They're going to weigh in then and make their best appeal down the road. So I see it still picking up the same information eventually versus whether it's now or later, because the person is going to be interviewed by the board.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. And I want to be clear because we will get their input and information from the candidate that has been selected, as we're pretty sure of, and then the possible candidate. Their feedback will be given. It's not going to be any different than what we've given already. They're simple questions, and when it does come time to discussion, it will happen. They will have a say-so, and they will have a vote. And so I don't think those folks are not going to have any input. They are going to have input. So, and you've made that clear to me that you're going to seek their information.
Absolutely. And the other places where, and so we don't get caught up in this piece so much, where it really helps is what we bring you, that short list, right? So if I bring you a candidate that was never in cabinet and was only a principal because I heard great things, I'm just using this as an example, and you're like, why the heck did this guy bring us? Because no one said that. We want to make sure that, so there's some core things I think that as experienced trustees, it's just you're asking me, right? So maybe you didn't ask me, so I'm telling you anyway, that would be helpful for us to just because I do think you're going to get a lot of people applying for the position. So when I bring you a list of candidates, we want to make sure that we're at least hitting on the high points, and you're going to still drill down more. you can see every candidate that we bring forward. We can spend time with every candidate, and we can also get that additional feedback if we have a separate meeting from your new board members at that meeting as well, and talk about the criteria there, in addition to me talking to them as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I'm just curious, how many applicants do you feel may apply? Because it's already open right now, right?
My gut, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I
No,
apologize.
you're fine. Go ahead.
My gut would be you'll probably get about 30 candidates.
So within those 30 applications and candidates, I mean, I think one of my concerns is that we're not part of that initial process. I know that, so maybe you can kind of explain
Yeah,
a little bit
yeah.
more. So out of those 30 candidates, you're going to look at, or the firm's going to look at, kind of narrowing it down for us. And then from that list, we pick. But then again, I would like, if, I don't know, maybe
No,
you
yeah,
can clarify.
it's a great question because that's why we're talking about this. So let's say, I'll use the one we keep talking. Let's say you'd like someone to have a doctorate, but it's not mandatory. So you put the preferred in skills. So when we're going through candidates, if a candidate doesn't have a doctorate, but you have required where they have to have cabinet level experience, that helps us fine tune that list down to who do we bring to you. And so it doesn't mean, and it's a great thing you brought up too, it also means, though, we'll tell you every candidate that applied. We'll tell you why we didn't bring those forward. So that's our process. When we meet with you on the whatever date we pick, we'll tell you everybody that applied, who we're bringing forward, why we're not bringing the other candidates forward. So let's say that someone doesn't have a doctorate, doesn't have cabinet level experience, but you know that person because of their work. Then you can say, no, we want to talk about them more and include them in the rest of the candidate discussion. The board always has that right to do that. We're trying to save you time and focus your energy on taking that short list of candidates to which is what we call it, right? But that list that we've broken down to who you want to interview, and then being really specific on who you want to interview. It doesn't mean we don't call people, but if you said someone had to be in a district with 10,000 students or more, and I know some of that's great, but they only worked in a district of 5,000 students, and that was required from you, I'm not going to bring that person forward because they're going to already be at a disadvantage. So this is why we do this kind of discussion, just to help do that, and it just helps who we bring for you to look at. But at any point, you can pull somebody off that list, even if you said this is required, and you go, no, we know this person, we want to, right? You can always do that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And the thing is that when you look at applications, just the application itself has already language that they have to meet those requirements to begin with. And so maybe I would like, maybe they can send an application language to look at what those requirements are, because it may already fall into place with a lot of the things that we have. I just feel I wouldn't want to, and I do trust the firm, but I would like personally to look at all the names,
You will absolutely have the right to look at
Go
every
from
single
there.
name.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
it's your search. And let me just say one more thing that I think you were headed down. My philosophy on this is like a funnel, right? Like you try to bring as many people in because you never know who's going to wow you. So if somebody had this incredible experience, but they were never something else, you still may want to see them, because if you know they've got the leadership and have a proven track record of leading and developing and all the things that you want in team building, that's your decision, right? So I'm very particular about trying to keep boards from putting themselves in a tight bubble where their criteria or something excludes them from getting good candidates. But I have to say, the size of your district, the complexity of your district, if somebody doesn't have cabinet level experience, I don't think they can sit up there. I don't. And so it's not my decision, but as someone that knows the challenges that you face, you don't need someone that's going to need a lot of handholding. You're going to need someone that can come into this district tomorrow and be a good governance developer and can make decisions to help the district move forward. And so those are the kind of pieces. I wouldn't lock yourself into something that would be too much, and no respect to all the doctors in the room, but that may be your preferred, right? Because I know somebody that's phenomenal and doesn't have a doctorate and could lead this district. So those are the kind of pieces that I was trying to get you to, but Did I answer your question? Did I rant too much? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you did, and I appreciate that. So I'm just really, now that you mentioned with the doctor, do you have, in the application process, does it say?
So
In the application itself, does
No,
it say?
because you haven't told us.
No, but you said that, so the application has not gone out then?
Well, the opening has gone out, but the criteria and requirements that we're talking about now have not been given to us.
So, okay, maybe then that's where I was confused then. So the opening went out. How did the opening went out? Is this on EdJoin?
It's
or
on
what is it?
EdJoin Account, and it's on our webpage, and it talks about the demographics and the opportunity at the district. It does not lay any specific criteria.
It just says opening and it just,
Superintendent opening,
and nothing else?
because we haven't had
Okay.
the ability
So
to
that
do-
means you can't receive applications?
No, we
if
can,
there's-
yes, we can receive applications. The only thing that it doesn't, it has the specifics of the job,
Okay,
what the
yeah,
job
that's what-
requires, all
okay.
those things, but the criteria it doesn't have. Does that make sense?
It does. It's just that.
And maybe it's verbiage too.
Huh? I'm sorry?
I said maybe it's my verbiage.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's, okay, thank you.
So is the thought here that we take, I'm sorry.
No, I think I know what you're looking at, Ms. Medina. She's saying that when we posted the position, we didn't have a minimum requirements on there.
No,
Right.
that's correct.
That's what you're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Job description, what the job is, days of work, those kind of things. Position, not description, Trustee Tillman.
Thank you.
So I like to get a consensus of the board. Do we want to keep this nebulous like it is now without getting into criteria? Because I don't want to, if there's consensus that we wait and don't put any criteria and just leave the position open without criteria, there is nothing wrong with doing that. But what I would say is let's talk about maybe some terms that I think would help narrow things down without, because here's where we're going to go next, right? We were going to go into, here's the criteria. So maybe this will help. Here's the criteria that 80% of the board said was valuable. You want someone that values and actively works to build trusting relationships, demonstrates a high level of cultural competency, prioritizes and actively works to build strong family partnerships. 80% of the board that filled out the survey said these three things were the most important things. So the question is anybody that's going to come new onto the board going to object to these three things? Do you think? I don't think so either.
No, I don't think so. But the thing is that it's so for me, it's more the feeling.
Just speak your truth. You can,
Yeah,
you can be
so
direct with me.
it's, I mean, it's like almost when a person applies for an application, they look at the description or they look at the minimum requirements. If they meet them, they'll add purposely language of the work that they've done to demonstrate cultural competency and so forth. So I think for me, it's a lot of this process, at least with these languages, it's very vague to a point where I could even add that language within my own resume, just to make it, So what I'm saying is that a lot of this, any person could.
Any person could say it, but the
Yes,
person,
yes.
but
When you're looking at the application process,
any person can say it, but then we take and we look and see if they demonstrated it, right?
Okay.
So you can say, I can say I'm LeBron James, right? But I'm not, right? So anybody can fill an application and talk about cultural competency, can talk about building trusting relationships. But when you do the reference checks and when you talk to the people that they work with and when you look at their history and the things they highlight in their application, then you know if they've done it or not, right? Because you're exactly right. People put anything in their resume. But this is what the board said. These are the things that were important. And the only thing I will say is that there are some people that would not rank high with thinking they're really good at understanding cultural competency. That is not an easy skill set, and quite candidly, some people don't even like the language. They wouldn't admit it in public, but they don't. And so I think it's taking the words and then looking at the history to prove that the words are embedded in actual demonstrating they've done the work, right? If they haven't done the work, you're going to see it. And if they've done the work, You're going to see it, and you're going to hear it multiple places throughout what they've done. That's my belief. Does that make sense? And then the other two pieces were these two, that bilingual came up, moral values and integrity, and has experience working in a similar sized district. So the question I have is, are we comfortable with the first three? Do we want to put any criteria, or are we comfortable with the first three as being at least to put something relative to competencies, and then talking about the issue of anything else as far as the experiences?
Dr. Dowdy Rogers?
I'm sorry. Apologize. Bad habit.
We're on to 60%, right, of identifying the 6 most important qualities. And
Well,
that the-
yes,
that's the one you're-
that group had 60% of the people that filled out the survey had those on there, and the other one was 80% had those on there.
So let me just ask you, what is your question you're asking us right now? Are we comfortable with?
So the first, thank you. I apologize. The first question I had is, is the board comfortable with, does the board want these three? I think the first question is, does the board want any criteria on the application at all? Is the first question, because if you don't, then we could stop the conversation there. If we
okay.
do, then the question is, which ones?
And I think that's an important question you're asking. But I think the part of it is, when do we want the criteria there, right? Because it's going to stay like this for now, but we're asking to wait for the other board members. I'm a little confused before I ask my next question. So you're asking us right now, as we're moving forward, these are the things you're going to go back and place as criteria for those that are looking to apply or have applied.
If the board directs me to do so. Currently, there is no criteria or minimum
Right.
requirements in the position.
So again, before I ask my second question, are we agreeing to put any criteria, or we're just talking about it? Are we gonna put the criteria there now or later?
We'll go in order as we speak, as people are turning on their lights, so.
And can I make a quick comment before you? The position closes position closes November 30th. So you won't have any criteria in your position. You'll be able to discuss and you'll have that input, but the position closes November 30th. The next time the board meets is December,
13th.
unless we schedule another meeting. So this would really, you're really only talking with now 2 weeks with criteria in the position, because there hasn't been criteria in the position up until this point.
Oh, just to finish up before my second question that's gonna come about this page that we're on, we have to make a decision if we're putting a criteria in there. Otherwise, I guess you're gonna schedule a special board meeting and he's gonna get input from the others. We can't have an application out there with no criteria. It has to be in there. We have to put something in there so that people understand, hey, if you don't have something here, they won't even waste their valuable time. Not saying that it's waste of time, but their valuable time. Plus, it's getting close to those that are going to decide next year. They're going to stay with their boards and so on and so forth. So we have to make some critical decisions right now where we stand, regardless of what's going to happen in 2 weeks, or all of that stuff shouldn't matter right now as high as we're making it matter. We can't control what is going to happen, but we can control what we're doing right now. And then lastly, I'll just say on this page, if bilingual is going to be on here, it definitely needs to say preferred. I just can't say, I'm going to eliminate all potential candidates, because I think the history of this district, we've never not had individuals. So preferred gives you those options for people that, as to use your word, the wow, come in and do, whatever. And then we make sure that we have a well-rounded district of administrators. So.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Rosales Medina?
And I'm going to go back to kind of repeating what I had mentioned before, is that I don't mind not having these available in the application process. Maybe those that, for instance, preferred bilingual, I get that piece. I get similar size district. It seems like the PhD wasn't an issue. So other than that, all the other ones is feel good language that you don't need it necessarily in an application. I think actually I like to see what they naturally put. Let's just say that in their application they forget to put cultural competency because that's not really on the radar. So for me, it's better not to have a lot of these languages in the application. The only reason why, I mean, if it's more feel-good kind of language, I would like to see strong family and community partnerships. But if it's not coming automatically in their application, that means they're probably not doing it in a way that we should. We want to be seeing them do it. Does that make sense?
So it makes a ton of sense. I think when you get to doing interview questions, those are the kind of times and places. So again, my whole objective here is to make sure that even though this may be feel-good language, some people may not be motivated, like you as board members, right? Trustees that are in the community and servants to the community, that resonates with you like it does me. But some people that really doesn't resonate with. So if you don't put that in there, and that's a priority for you, then in the list of candidates, I may get somebody that's not really into that, but I wouldn't know that because they've applied. And so to me, the feel-good stuff is important because we're talking about people, and you can have all this, I believe, right? You can have all the skill sets in the world, but if you're not a leader that can connect and an approachable and engaging leader, I think it hurts you.
Right. And so I guess that was the application process. What I feel it is necessary as we start doing the interview process to have this language. This is definitely going to be needed, so that way we can now start feeling, do they have those in the interview? Do they mention these languages that we feel? I just don't want it to have them, it has to be natural for them. And I've seen individuals that will highlight certain areas, they'll study, and that's good. We want to have individuals that are trying to make sure they're meeting our standards by molding into what we want, but at the same time, that's not their natural. So once they come in, they're all of a sudden it's something different, and that's what I wouldn't want. But speaking on the 60% though, demonstrates high levels of integrity and moral values. For me, the integrity is great, but the moral values is whose moral values? Yeah. Is it based on religion? Is it based on which religions? Do you have many religions out there? Is it based on cultures? So that I have an issue with when it says moral values, because whose moral values are they basing it on? Are we basing it on? So I wouldn't suggest, at least for me personally, adding that. Maybe is another term for saying moral values, because now it generates whose moral values.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
So just to clarify, these criteria are for selecting candidates, right, that we're going to interview, correct?
It's first of all to add to the current advertisement that's out there, right? So
it's adding to the advertisement?
It's adding to the current advertisement. So this would go into this, and whatever else the board determined would go into the advertising. If the
and when is that date?
It's already happened. We're already online with the app, with the position being open. So as soon as you said for the online thing, if you said tonight, here's what we want tomorrow, the office puts it on the online stuff.
We already have the position already out there, and
Yes.
these would be additional criteria?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, I think that, like Mr. Tillman said, we are, if the closing date is the 30th and the certification date is December 8th, the other members will not be able to have input at this time on this. However, when they do come on board, they will have a say-so on the 14th. And that has to be a collective decision, I think. Well, that's what I think. And I do strongly you know, because I did respond to the survey. And so the first three, you know, that shows a majority, 80% of those of us who responded, that we concur with these three. And then 2/3, almost 60%, concur with the other three. And I do support preferred, you know, preferred PhD, preferred bilingual, so that we don't eliminate, you know, candidates. And yes, we want someone with experience working our similar size. And I do concur with Ms. Medina. I would just eliminate moral values, and I would just would have high levels of integrity, because integrity is you do what you say, and that's really, really key in terms of leadership and following through. So I do concur with you on those. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
Sorry, Dr. White, I keep saying thank you. It's a bad habit. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Johnson, why is it important that you get this information from board members?
Because you're the ones that hire the superintendent.
And you mentioned the 80% and the 60%. And maybe the problem for me is the numbers piece, right? I'm kind of a numbers guy, right? So you mentioned the 80% and 60%, but 2 members of my board is 28% of the board, right? It's 28%. So let me finish.
Okay. I thought you were, sorry.
Which means that 28%, I'll know on the 8th of December that I might have 28% of the board who participate in this not be here. And then I might have another 20% of the board coming on new. I can't see how you have that big of numbers. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me a question.
I don't see how you have that big of numbers and then say that it's important that you get the input from the board, but it's not worth waiting until the 8th of December. Let's say we have a special meeting on.
But the position closes November 30th.
And my point is, then it shouldn't. If this is if the criteria is important, then don't close it on the 30th. Close it on the 9th. Close it on the 10th of December. Close it after I get the input from that board that's going to be seated. You said yourself that the important part is you want the board that's going to be hiring the superintendent to have their input. This is not that board.
So the question.
So if it's not important, you should just do it without even talking to us.
Well, no, I'm not doing that, and you know I'm not that crazy. But the question is, though, is the time? Trustee Tillman and several board members have talked about timelines. The only way you change that is by extending the time and the date the position closes, which means you're going to extend the time of interviewing, and we can do that. There's nothing precluding us from doing it. I just need to know if the board. You asked me if I think it's important. I think it's important. I think I would be weighing the importance of the timeline of closing the position, and the fact that I do believe it is the high peak of CSBAs in that first week of December, and that's when that season, for lack of better words, of people looking starts. This is not brown nosing. You are a desirable district. It's a big district. It's a lot of great stuff happening. All I'm thinking about is I don't want you to lose candidates because your timeline looks different than somebody else's, and that's the only thing. So that's my big thing. Sorry, Trustee Tillman, I apologize.
If you remember when we talked about this, the whole discussion and what drove it all is that we were going to pick a superintendent after the election.
Correct.
Now, in my mind, it meant after the election, we were going to seat some new board members, or at least one new board member we knew.
Right.
For sure. Then we had even bigger changes. Now we know for a fact a board member or maybe 2 will be leaving, and we will be getting 2 new ones. But so that's why I'm confused, because the whole goal and the timeline that we created initially was based on after the election. And let me say this to be clear. In my mind, it wasn't after November the 8th, the election happens, and regardless of the results, we're going to move forward and get criteria from the board. No, my whole thought pattern was after the election, you're going to realize the results, and based on the results, you move forward and make sure you get input from whoever the board is at that time, which means that the new board is not seated until the 13th. But as I said earlier, and Dr. Rogers clarified it, she said there's an official date that you'll know for sure who your board is going to be.
Right.
To me, it's obvious we should wait until that date to do this, unless it doesn't matter. The only way you tell me this makes sense, if you say it doesn't matter who your board is, that's not the reason for this action tonight. It doesn't matter specifically who the board is. It just matters that a board gives us criteria, and whoever the new board is, they live with it. So if that's what you mean, then it makes sense to me that we go ahead and give the input as board members, but it has nothing to do with the role of the interaction between whoever the board is at the time and the new superintendent. To me, it's all tied together.
Yeah, you're great comments, Trustee Tillman. I think when we had our discussion, the piece that was told to us that the board wanted to wait on was the actual interviewing and selection of candidates. Maybe we apologize that we didn't bring it up, but we didn't bring up the fact that there was a waiting for the new board to do criteria, because there was also a sense of urgency from the board to get the process started and have a closing date by November 30th. And so we couldn't do both those things. And so I think for me, because I don't want to be in a circular argument about it, the question is, if the board wants to move forward with its current timelines, if you want to wait, then that means we have to change the closing date.
Well, let me give you another solution. I gave you the problem. I'm going to give you a solution to my own problem. You leave everything the way it is right now.
We could do that too.
You leave the deadline the way it is right now. After the 8th, you use the criteria the board gives you to select the candidates.
We could do
now
that.
That's going to give more work to you.
That's all right.
Because then you have to, after we do this, you can look through, and it benefits Miss Medina, because she don't want people to write their resume to the application. So this gives you the opportunity to say, okay, let's say, I'll make an easy one. Let's say the board says that we're going to require that the superintendent be a sitting superintendent at a district larger than 10,000 students, right? So when we get to the 9th, after the certification, then that's when we say to you, the board agrees then that that's what we want. You get the input from the folks that are going to be seated, or even if you wait to after the election, I'm fine with that too. The election is the 13th, you come in the 14th, maybe that's the best way to do it. It makes it real clean. Wait till the 14th, then you get the criteria from that new seated board as to what they want and don't want. Because I know for a fact, the questions about size of a district, whether it's the superintendent, whether they can be an assistant superintendent or a deputy superintendent, those are going to be decided by a margin of board members, and it'll get down to, like you say here, 80% said this, 60% said that. But then it makes sense to me that it's 80% of the board who's going to work with that superintendent. And the 60% even more so, because now you're even talking about a smaller number that's dictating who the superintendent is going to be. And so the prime example would be just discussing tonight. Say you have a board member who says that there's no way you should make bilingual mandatory. But then when the new board gets seated, they say, no, it shouldn't be mandatory, it should be whatever. Or it could be vice versa. But I'm just saying, I think it's critical that that board takes the input. So you could keep the same timeline, but just allow us.
Just keep the criteria out.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. I'll reiterate, and I will even direct, that you contact the two individuals tomorrow and get their feedback. We will have their feedback. We don't have to wait until later. we will have their feedback of at least one new board member and potentially another new board member. That does not delay the timeline. In addition, if I'm a superintendent or an assistant superintendent or a director and I'm interested in this district, I'm watching this meeting right now. And if I'm not watching this meeting right now, I'm watching tape. And they're going to know what those criteria are. If they don't meet any of those criteria, I wouldn't even want them as a candidate anyway. You know, with desirable in place, with a 10,000 or more student district. Because let's be honest, in our area, there are no districts our size, other than Corona Norco. Then we're going out to LA, Long Beach, San Diego, up north. So that statement's not even accurate. We'd have to have a district of a medium size. This is considered, I wouldn't even consider a large size district, but a medium sized district. So, but I can assure you those candidates are watching right now, and if they're not watching right now, they're going to do their homework and check it out and say, oh, this is what the board's looking for, at least a tentative board right now, and then we'll have the feedback from the other candidates within a week. And we can move forward. And I'll be honest, I do want to stick to the timeline. We've made a commitment to our community, a commitment to our staff, a commitment to our students, that we stick to that timeline, and we are competing with a local district of a good-sized nature, actually second largest district in this area. So we need to get the top candidate, we need to get them now.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I think Dr. Flores was next. And then Ms. Rosales.
I haven't made comments.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Cevallos. We're going to let Dr. Flores. Well, I did keep looking up there to look for your hand. I didn't see your hand, so I was checking.
Well, you were going around the room, and,
Okay.
and I was the
Ms.
last one,
Cevallos, go
but
ahead. I know
that's
you're
fine.
far away. Just so you know, Ms. Cevallos is representing us in Washington, D.C. as we speak. So,
Thank you. So, this is a lot of great conversations. I'm just going to try to be very brief here. Couple questions. Moving the timeline, just for clarity for myself. You know, I'm hearing what the rest of my colleagues are saying, and if we were to move the deadline from November 30th to the 8th or the 9th or whatever it is, what does that mean for you and your firm in terms of the later deadlines, right? So the deadline of candidate interviews, right? The deadline of hiring the actual superintendent prior to June 2023. What would that look like then?
I'd have to pull up a calendar and look at the holidays. It would probably push things back more than 2 weeks just because we're in the holiday season. And I think it gives other districts an advantage because their timelines are shorter. It's no additional work for our team. I used the comment before about a superintendent. We serve at the pleasure of the board. But I am, you hired us. And so my objective is to get you the best candidate possible sooner than somebody else. And we will do what the board requests, but I do like your timeline as it stands. I think the comments about that Trustee Tillman made about leaving the criteria out is not going to devastate the district, right? And so if I were to say to choose between putting criteria in and keeping the timeline the same, I'd keep the timeline the same. I think that's the biggest thing that I would want to make sure it happens, because there are some great people that have experience that are looking at the district.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And in addition to that, I'm going back to your key terms: required skills, preferred skills, and desired skills. This criteria, where does this fall under?
So that's a great
utilizing those terms.
That's a great question. So the criteria is as it's up there, right? Those are the comments. You can modify it a little bit, but we don't put preferred someone that values, right? You want someone that values those. These are the things that you put. Where you would use preferred and required would be the single kind of comments of PhD, classroom experience, cabinet experience, those kind of things. Would be the ones. Bilingual is probably a great one of preferred and those kind of things.
So perfect. So on that same line of thinking, help me here to further explain a little bit what is the difference between criteria and characteristics, and what purpose is that going to serve versus something like required skills, which is not what we're talking about at this moment. We're not even there yet.
Well, we can't.
Right?
So
We're not.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So I do think that when, like, we kind of overlapping conversations, right? So the comments about bilingual, PhD, those are where you would use preferred, required. Like I said, I'm not telling when the board what to do, but an example would be cabinet level experience required, right? Because if you haven't sat here at the dais, you're unless you're got some crazy opportunity experience that most people don't have, you're not ready to sit in that seat. If you were a superintendent in a district of 125 students, you're not ready to sit in that seat, because that's a different level of experience that requires with a district this size. So those are the places where it enables us to bring you and weed out, for lack of better words. But that's what we're doing, right? We're weeding out candidates that may have great experience, may have done great things in education, but not the experiences you need to take your time and then go through. When we do candidate presentations, that's a couple hours, and we're really getting into the meat. And today we're just talking just about that piece of it. So that's the difference between the two. And I think maybe those are what, if there's concern about including criteria, like which is on the board, maybe we just talk today about what are the things that the board definitely wants from an experience standpoint, and not worry about the criteria. I'm trying to think about what's going to keep this thing moving, and there seems to be a compromise on the table, for lack of better words, about let's keep the process and the timeline the same, but also what are the things that we can add that are important for the board right now from a high level, and to make sure we're including the feedback of the board that's going to be the board that's the new board, for lack of better words.
So I think for me, it is important to kind of differentiate the two, right? Between the ones that are more, I don't know the word that Ms. Medina used, but the ones that are more feel good. Yes, thank you. The ones that are more feel good versus the ones that are more like specific, right? Like PhD or bilingual specific skill required, or, you know, higher degree, or having a experience with a larger district, things like those. Those are a little bit more concrete and could be measured a little bit better than the other more
subjective, right? One's objective, one's subjective, for lack of better words.
Right. Thank you. So I think it's important, at least for me, and especially in this process, to kind of maybe move forward a little bit. For me, it is important that we do keep the timeline. Definitely, for sure, 100%. Out of the 6 that are here, I mean, I don't see an issue with them. I do hear, though, Mr. Tillman's point when he says, you know, there are things that are going to be changing and there's new board members that are going to come on board. However, I do have to, you know, just kind of caution, I guess, us when we say that, because we, you know, for example, Dr. Rogers, right? She may be leaving us. Are we going to fill her position like immediately? And if we don't, are we going to wait for that board member to be appointed before we can proceed, you know, with the process? We still have to do business, in the business of the district. And so you know, it's just, I do want to caution us when we delay or push back important business, such as hiring our next superintendent, when we think about, you know, people coming and leaving the board. In terms of bilingual and experience in our district, I think I would encourage us to also have those as preferred. I would probably even say highly preferred for me. And the language on moral values, I think I also agree. I would probably leave integrity, and instead of moral values, maybe add ethical instead of the word moral, because ethical is more,
Right,
you know.
right. I agree with that.
objective than morals. But I think other than that, those are my comments. I do want to emphasize, I do want to stay on and stick to the timeline as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and to my colleagues. Let's do about hopefully 1 to 2 minutes each, so we have a little bit of a break in between now and the board meeting,
Okay,
and we can
yeah.
wrap it up. So, and I'll go Dr. Flores, Ms. Rosales Medina, Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
And so I was able to find the, no,
Oh, sorry.
I'll be short. I'll be short. I concur with Dr. Wyatt and Mr. Tillman that we keep on the timeline and keep moving forward. And I already gave my input on the other ones. And Ms. Ceballos, I agree with you on substituting moral for ethical. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Okay, so I was able to find the link for EdJoin, and this is exactly why I think it was important for me to see it visually, because when you look at the timeline, and I asked Karen, Ms. Cunningham, to share it with you, the link, it shows you the timeline. By December the 14th, it indicates boards will select finalists to interview. We will barely have the board members sworn in on the 13th. And so to have it one day, December 14th, is too short of a time for them to actually be truly be part of the process. And the other thing is that the job description, so this is what I was imagining. I didn't know how to explain it until now I finally seen it. There is nothing. There is nothing. And so for me, typically when you look at a job, at least have the basic function, performance, responsibilities, the minimum requirements, even if you were just to have master's degree. So there's nothing. Literally, when you look at, and I asked the EdJoin to be sent to you all by Ms. Cunningham, there is nothing in there, which to me, this is really disappointing, because when you even look at a simple application for the description for other superintendents, assistant superintendents, they at least give you performance responsibilities. They'll give you some basic functions. They'll go on with there's nothing there. So that means I could literally apply myself as a parent in this, the way it's listed on EdJoin right now. I thought it was, and that's why I was trying to go back. Do we have language? It just didn't, I couldn't believe someone would put something on there with no language. So anyways, I'm really disappointed in that piece. But even if I would be okay adding the minimum requirements if we need to update that as soon as possible, because that means now it's open to anybody to apply.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
I think there's a delay. I concur again, as I said earlier on in this, what we're talking about. We needed to give the criteria. We needed to do the surveys. We needed to do those things or make a decision tonight that we were going to leave it out. So everything you're saying is correct. It's not there. They were waiting for our
No,
direction.
but this is simple. This is simple duties.
So-
This
so
is
let me-
nothing about.
So let me just say, again, this is the information that this search firm brought to us and asked us to have a meeting, and we were supposed to have another meeting. We didn't have that meeting. We're barely having a meeting now, and so we are behind. So to make a long story statement short, we need to stay on the timeline, and then we need to either say, yeah, put in some basic information, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. All right. Mr. Johnson, any questions for us on direction? And thank you for your presentation. We didn't get through it, but thank you.
Well, we really still don't have direction. So let me just give a couple of examples of things that I think at least we should come to agreement with. Bilingual, preferred. Is that a consensus from the board?
Yes.
Cabinet level,
I think preferred is fine. Yeah.
cabinet level experience required or preferred? Required. Required?
Required.
And if something funky comes up where someone doesn't sit in cabinet but is at a high level in a large district like LA, I'll make note of that. Anything else that you think is critical, and anything else you think that's critical, and do we want these pieces in yet or not?
And job description and duties, unfortunately, we had that recently, not that long ago. It has not changed since then.
So we'll get that
So we
information.
should have that
we'll
already
put
available.
that in. And none of these are going to go in. We're going to wait on these. Is that direction from the board?
I thought we were going to go forward with them.
Okay,
I'm
so
okay with moving forward. I just, the language, and I thank Ms. Ceballos for adding that ethics, because it is ethical to.
so
to
go
ensure that.
forward with all 6. Change the
little bit
word
of
from
tweaking of the
moral
language,
to
yes.
ethical. Okay, I'll take 2 minutes and give you just an update on where we are with our our education partner sessions. Sorry, wrong way.
Just real quick, I think it's going to be a problem with you said yourself, Dr. White. What does similar size district mean?
It really ties our hands, because when you look at, again, we're the largest district in the county, and we're up there with the second, tied with the largest district in the Inland Empire. So I would say a medium district would be probably 15,000, 10,000, but Mr. Johnson?
I would say, trust my judgment on that.
Right.
Don't put anything in. If somebody's in a district of 1,000 students, you're probably not going to see them.
Because they could have been an assistant soup in a district that there was
40,000.
25 or 50,000
Right.
students. So they do have that experience, maybe not superintendent.
Correct. So let me briefly tell you, we had the individual education partner meetings. We asked all the groups the same 4 questions. What's good about the community? What's good about the district? What's good about the board? What's good about the district? What should that candidate know before making the decision to come to the district? And what are the characteristics, traits, attributes you want your next leader? Those are the groups that we met with. We've conducted 1 online forum, and online at our website, we have people that have 211 English responses and 2 Spanish responses. The online community feedback information closes on the 18th. We've extended it once, and we could extend this again because this has 0 impact on candidates applying. So I will tell you, and I'll go briefly through this, because I think the key things that stood out in this question, and I've never, maybe once have heard the word resilient, but that came out in every single group, that this is a resilient community, hardworking and diverse, and there's a lot of opportunities here. Good things about the district: great people and staff. There's many pathways for students to grow and to find opportunities. Even non-educators talked about the professional development that occurs in this district. Someone actually used the word, the professional development in this district is second to none, and amazing partnerships with the community. So here are the things that the community said, what are the issues the new superintendent should know about before they begin? There was concerns about some racial issues, concerns that the district needs healing. There's a lot of competing political agendas and priorities, very vocal community groups, and that our students and our families are dealing with challenges that extend far beyond education. And then the last piece, what are the characteristics, traits, attributes you want in the next leader? They wanted a bridge builder, an ability to develop authentic relationships, collaborative, and recognize the good work being done by all stakeholders, internal and external partners, that the person understands the importance of good governance and is instrumental in working with the board to develop an effective governance team. The next leader is honest, transparent, visible, approachable, and accessible, and someone that's committed to putting in the work and the time to help strengthen the district and grow the district over the long term. Next steps we have, as we already talked about, the short list. We are working on a salary discussion for the board. And over the next few weeks, we will be working with the board to develop questions process for the board. All these things will happen after the new board is seated. And thank you.
All right,
Any questions
Mr.
before I walk away?
Johnson, thank you again. And yes, I will entertain quick questions, and I do want to welcome our guests and our community and our staff. They're coming in on tail ending of our discussion about our selecting our next superintendent, which I'm glad you were able to hear some of that, because it is very important. But do we have any questions for Mr. Johnson? If not, Ms. Ceballos? No?
Just really quickly, I'm not even sure why we didn't use those characteristics. I mean, these are really on point. Just, comment there.
We just
spent
finished
a lot of
yesterday.
time on.
Well, if we got through the presentation, we probably would have heard all that, but we did interject quite a bit there. So thank you, Ms. Ceballos. I would agree with you. And Mr. Johnson, again, thank you. I know this is a tedious task, and we are a board with a lot of demands, and so we appreciate your patience with us. And we'll talk soon, maybe as soon as tomorrow.
Thank you.
to get
Thank you,
some
board.
updates.
And you have a great community, too, so thank you for your
No,
service.
thank you. And then for our board and our guests, if you could give us a quick recess, just so folks can use the restroom, probably grab a drink real quick. We will return, I will say, in, let's go 5 minutes. Is that okay? So let's make it quick. Thank you very much. All righty, good afternoon and almost good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We are going to go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and it will be done virtually by Pacific High School football team and cheerleaders. So let's go ahead and all stand, please. Thank you, Pacific High School. And boy, if you haven't been by there lately, they have our transportation CTA pathway that's getting completed, and it is an amazing, amazing facility. State of the art, so outstanding. All right, we'll go to 2.3, approve the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any items to pull or modify or amend? Hearing none. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, and for those of you that did not know, we have Ms. Ceballos joining us from Washington, D.C. Ms. Ceballos.
Hey, is mine verbal?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, approval of the agenda carries. Let's go ahead and go to 2.4, inspirational message, and that'll be brought to us by Dr. Barbara Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Good evening, everyone. In honor of Native American Month, I am going to give tribute to our indigenous population. And I am taking research from the book by Angeles Ariane, who's an anthropologist. It's called The Fourfold Way, Walking the Four Paths of the Warrior, the Healer, the Teacher, and the Visionary. And all of this is wisdom, collective wisdom that our indigenous people have given us. And the first one is the path of the warrior. If you'll go to the next slide, Daniel, there you go. The path of the warrior. Showing up and choosing to be present is a principle that guides the warrior inside all of us. According to indigenous societies, the developed warrior shows honor and respect for all things, including ourselves. Also, the warrior communicates effectively, sets limits and boundaries, is responsible and disciplined, and demonstrates right use of power. Next, thank you. Courage is present in everyone's heart, mind, spirit, will, and body. Walking the path of the warrior. A true warrior leader is someone who knows how to extend honor and respect, set limits and boundaries, align words with actions. That's called integrity. And extend responsibility into structure and the function in an empowering way. The right use of power is what the Native peoples of America believe, that everyone has the power to empower the self and others. When we use our power, no one can tell us what can't be done. When we believe in ourselves, we are less likely to accept others' negative perceptions and ideologies of who we really are and can be. For them, there are three universal powers. The power of presence, choosing to be present, that is, showing up. The power of communication, having the courage to speak up with integrity by meaning what you say. The power of position, the willingness to take a stand about beliefs, self, events, situations, and feelings. My dad always said, when you take a position, don't look back because no one will be there. Be sure that that's what you believe. The principle of reciprocity. Es mejor dar que recibir. It's better to give than to receive. Walking the path of the healer. Healing involves the principle of reciprocity and the ability to equally give and receive and the ability to connect. In order to maintain health and well-being, we need to maintain the balance between giving and receiving. We need to do both. Giving is a gift, receiving is a treasure to appreciate. The heart is also very important. Many Native people believe the heart is the bridge between Father Sky and Mother Earth. Daily heart check includes the following: am I full-hearted, open-hearted, clear-hearted, and strong-hearted? Strong-hearted means to have courage. The French word for courage is courage. It means the ability to stand by one's heart. The path of the teacher. The way the teacher is through education, whether through an established school system or an apprenticeship, teaching and learning is universal. The principle that guides the teacher is to be open to outcome, not attached to outcome. Teaching is a calling, a joy, a love. The wisest mind has something yet to learn. The teacher has wisdom and teaches trust and understands the need for detachment. Wisdom is at work when we are open to all options. The mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the great teacher inspires. William Arthur Ward. The path of the visionary. When we follow the path of the visionary, we are able to make the truth visible. The principle that guides the visionary is telling the truth without blame or judgment. Taking responsibility for our actions is a path away from blaming others. What is creative purpose and life dream? According to many Native peoples, they hold the belief that each individual has original medicine or is original medicine, nowhere duplicated on the planet. We are unique, each one of us. Therefore, it is important to bring one's creative spirit, life dream, or purpose to earth, which we all bring. May our collective life dream be using the 4 paths to design, work, and succeed in the education of all of our students, all of our kids. My life is my message, Gandhi said. As we walk the 4 paths, let's remember these truths. Many traditional indigenous cultures believe that the warrior's way is to know the right use of power with valentia, courage. The healer's way is to extend love. The visionary's way is to express creativity and vision. And the teacher's way is to model wisdom and act. May we all walk the paths of the warrior, the healer, the visionary, and the teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Well done. All right.
You can clap.
I was going to say, yeah, I was waiting. Wonderful presentation and inspirational reading, and definitely honoring the cultures within our community. We will move on to 3.0, which is special presentations and recognitions. 3.1, Outstanding Achievement Awards. And I believe I'll be turning it over.
Good evening, Board. Now it's time to present the Outstanding Achievement Awards. My name is Maria Garcia, and I am your Communications Officer. This evening, the Board of Education will honor students, parents, and staff from Jones Elementary, Norton Elementary, Curtis Middle School, and Indian Springs High School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board also recognizes outstanding parents, volunteers, and employees. All of our outstanding award winners deserve the honor of being recognized here at our board meeting. I ask that our esteemed Board of Education members and Administrator in Charge, Harold Sullins, please make their way to the front to congratulate our honorees this evening. All of our school-level honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation. Our Outstanding Student Award winners will also receive certificates from County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and free tickets to the San Bernardino Symphony, as well as a district bumper sticker and yard sign. Honorees, when your name is called, would you and your family please come forward to accept your award and have a photo taken with our Board of Education members, Mr. Harold Sullins and your principal. Students and honorees, you're going to enter where you see the balloons, and then you will make your way to the front for photos, and then you will exit where I am. Now it's time to honor our schools. Please join us at the front by walking down. After pictures, our honorees will exit on the opposite side. So we're going to start with a round of applause for fifth grader Carter Weber. Would Jones Elementary School Principal Cretia Sims Robinson please join us? Carter Weber was nominated by Lori Scott and Dean Poteem. Carter is a phenomenal scholar. He attends school ready to learn and puts forth his best effort on every assignment. He brightens up the class like a shining star with his positive attitude and contagious personality. He thrives on challenging activities and has the grit and determination to succeed. Carter is very inquisitive about the world around him. He wants to attend Stanford University and become a biologist. I'm sure his mother, Cassandra Weber, is very proud of him. Let's hear it for little Carter. Congratulations. Our next student honoree is Ezequiel Huerta Acuña. And he is a sixth grader in Vivian Lorenzana's class. Ezequiel always has a great positive attitude, and you can find him singing throughout his day. He is helpful, looks out for others, and demonstrates amazing PBIS skills by being safe, respectful, and responsible. Ezequiel is focused on being successful in his academics so that he can keep his career options open, since he's not really sure what he wants to major in when he goes to college. Thank you, Ezequiel. Thank you to Ezequiel's parents, Maria Acuña and Silverio Huerta Fernandez, for raising such an amazing young man. Let's hear it for Ezequiel. Smile. Congratulations, Ezequiel. Moving right along, next is Outstanding Parent Award winner Patricia Avila Ramirez. Patricia is an active member in the Jones Elementary community, as well as being active in her children's education and their social emotional needs. We admire and appreciate Patricia for her commitment to Jones and her input. You will always see a smile on Patricia's face, which helps brighten anyone's day. Patricia's children, Antonio and Adrian, must be so proud of their mother. Congratulations, Patricia. Congratulations. And now for bilingual attendance clerk Patricia Alvarado. Patricia is our outstanding classified employee. Patricia creates a welcoming environment for our parents, students, and staff. She consistently displays a positive attitude and maintains a high level of professionalism at all times, both in overall ability and in her communication. She's extremely conscientious in ensuring our educational partners receive the guidance and answers that they need in a timely and courteous manner. Patricia continuously exceeds expectations and is a true pleasure to work with. Congratulations, Patricia. Thank you for making hope happen. Bonnie Luce is an outstanding certificated employee. Bonnie seeks out, discovers, and praises all student success in the areas of behavior and academics. She makes learning, particularly for those who are not succeeding or are underachieving, fun and accessible. Her classroom environment is welcoming and the scholars feel safe to make a mistake. Bonnie sets high, but not impossible expectations for her students. She pushes students to achieve, knowing that they can with some TLC. Thank you, Bonnie Luce, for making hope happen for our students. And that is our honorees from Jones Elementary. And now let's give a big aviator welcome to Norton Elementary School and Principal Elizabeth Cochran Benoit. From Norton Elementary, we're going to recognize Lucy Baker, a third grader in Joanne Turner's class. Lucy is an awesome citizen at Norton. She is kind to others, always willing to help, and participates in class discussions. She is reading above grade level. She writes interesting stories and also understands third grade math. Lucy is artistic as well. She loves to draw and she enjoys teaching others how to draw. Lucy wants to attend college in San Diego and become an art teacher. Congratulations to Lucy's parents, Cynthia Sandoval and Scott Baker. And next up from Norton Elementary is Aiden Smith, the 5th grader in Sandra Escobedo's class. Aiden is a high-achieving student who is committed to doing his very best. He uses his leadership skills to motivate classmates by being a positive role model and encouraging others. Aiden is also a gifted musician playing the viola in Norton's Advanced Orchestra. Aiden wants to join the military and serve his country when he grows up. I'm sure Aiden's mother, Lauren Lucas, is very proud. Congratulations. Now we're going to welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner in Aiden Spencer and Casey's mother, Lauren Lucas. Lauren is the School Site Council chairperson and a member of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee and many other district committees. Lauren has been a positive voice for all of Norton, bringing parent and community concerns and solutions to the attention of administrators. Lauren has a positive spirit and a giving heart that shines through whenever she enters a room. Congratulations, Lauren. And now it's time to honor Bilingual Secretary 2, Shannon Sanders. Shannon is Norton's outstanding classified employee. She is Norton's Wonder Woman with the Midas touch. Her positive attitude and service meets Ritz-Carlton's gold standards. It is amazing how she's able to multitask, completing various assignments effortlessly. Parents and staff always comment how they appreciate her kindness, helpfulness, and supportive knowledge, and her guidance. Shannon consistently and effectively serves others, exhibiting professionalism at all times. Let's give her a round of applause. Bradley Breyer is an outstanding certificated employee and a special education teacher. Bradley is Norton's relief pitcher. He steps up to the plate in all areas to provide support to students, parents, and staff. His technology skills have been beneficial to all Norton scholars and staff as he has implemented new academic software that allows for learning collaboration across grade levels. Mr. Breyer focuses on results together with other members of the school staff, and he has a positive passion to help others whenever he can. Congratulations, Mr. Breyer. And ladies and gentlemen, he is the last honoree for Norton Elementary School. And now I want to invite Guillermo Guerrero, principal of Curtis Middle School, to join the board up front. Our first Curtis student is 8th grader Andy Lazaro, who was nominated by his teacher, Christopher Petricion. Andy has excelled in his classes and demonstrated citizenship and leadership. He is the school site council president, vice president, and vice president of the engineering club. He was a representative of the Curtis STEM Pathway at the Intelligent Transportation Society's World Congress Conference in LA earlier this school year. Andy loves STEM and he wants to become an aerospace engineer or an astronaut. I'm sure his mother, Nora Mejarro, is very proud. Let's hear it for Andy Lazaro. Up next is George Hernandez, an 8th grader in Ashley Ortiz's class. George is an outstanding citizen, a hard worker, and a true class leader. He has shown growth in reading and math, and as a result, George has been mainstreamed for science and history general education classes. He continues to grow and push to meet both his IEP goals and his personal learning goals. George wants to attend college to study his favorite subjects. Guess what? Math and science. And I also want to recognize George's parents, Anabel Ramirez and Mario Hernandez, for raising such an amazing young man. Congratulations. Margarita Velador is an outstanding grandparent award winner. Margarita has made a positive impact for her grandson Joseph and our scholars here on campus by being an active supporter of their athletics and their academics. She generously provides her time to the sport teams at Curtis by providing transportation, food, and her presence at every sporting event. Additionally, Margarita has taken over full custody of her grandson and does everything possible to ensure his academic and lifelong success. Let's hear it for Margarita Velador. And now we're going to honor Office Assistant 1 Health Aide Rosa Gastelum de Lopez. Rosa's exceptional skills contribute to the betterment of our Curtis scholars. She goes above and beyond to ensure that the needs of all scholars are met. As a health aide, safety and empathy are always her top concerns. Rosa is an intricate part of the Curtis family and the entire community. She exemplifies every element that builds our district's basics for excellence. Congratulations to Rosa. Congratulations to Rosa. Christopher Petricione is an outstanding certificated employee. Christopher goes above and beyond to meet the needs of his scholars. As a pathway and a demonstration teacher, he facilitates Saturday STEM camps twice a month, during which scholars work on projects with 3D printing, robotics, augmented reality, and entrepreneurship. Chris also serves as a school site council representative, admin, designee, community liaison, department chair, and mentor, and all-around awesome teacher to our current and past scholars. Congratulations. And that is all of our Curtis honorees. Let's give them another round of applause. And now for Indian Springs High School. Would Principal Kristen Baikondova please come forward? Congratulations to Brenda Herrera Rincon, a senior in Misha Takia's class. Brenda is an avid student with a 3.96 GPA. She has also been involved in ASB for 4 years, culminating in being ASB president. Brenda has taken initiative to work with staff to organize events and dancers. She is extremely professional, a self-starter, holds herself and others to a very high standard, and always leads by example. Brenda is considering attending CSU Fullerton, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, or UC Riverside. Her mother, Alma Rincon, must be so proud of her. Up next, we have outstanding parent Maritza Romero. Maritza Romero has been an active member of the Indian Springs ELAC for the past 2 years. She actively recruits other parents and community members to be part of ELAC and other school committees. Maritza participates in decision-making that affects children within the school and the educational community. Maritza's dedication to Indian Springs High School can be seen in everything she does. And now we're pleased to honor Educational Assistant 3, Severe Impairments, Guadalupe Lupe Escobar. Lupe teaches students how to provide self-care and assert their independence. She has helped Indian Springs High School students to obtain their food handler's license, and she works tirelessly to develop their skills so that students can cook and serve food. Additionally, Lupe chaperones her students at all school dances and has been known to show off a few moves of her own. Can we see them, Lupe? Maybe not tonight. Program facilitator Jenna Jinks is our final outstanding employee. Jenna has played an instrumental role in helping Indian Springs High School achieve the Silver PBIS Implementation Award. With the PBIS team, she develops systems that reward both staff and students for the positive contributions they make on campus. Jenna provides professional development so everyone may continue to grow their skills and knowledge to create the conditions for rigorous learning and academic and social success. Way to go, Jenna. And those are the Outstanding Achievement Award winners from Indian Springs High School. Go Coyotes. I would like to thank all our honorees for making hope happen in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Thank you, audience. Thank you to the Board of Education. And a special thank you to 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and San Bernardino Symphony and the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for their support of this evening's honorees. Audience, let's give everyone another round of applause.
So everybody doesn't have to always drive to one place?
And that concludes our celebrations for this evening.
Well,
Thank you, Maria.
All right, folks, we're going to continue with our board meeting and start with 3.2 now. Resolution and recognition of National Special Education Day. And that's going to be read by Ms. Ceballos all the way from DC. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you, President Dr. Scott Wyatt. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so let me go ahead and get that read. Resolution in recognition of National Special Education Day. Whereas the nation's first federal law addressing special education, the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, was signed by President Gerald Ford in 1975. And whereas in 1990, the name of this landmark act changed to the Individuals with Disabilities Act, or IDEA. And whereas IDEA gives eligible children with disabilities rights to the specially designed instruction and individualized services and supports they need to benefit from public education. And whereas National Special Education Day began in 2005 to mark the 30th anniversary of IDEA. And whereas National Special Education Day is a day to celebrate special students and spur continued special education reforms for the future, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the California Department of Education in recognizing Friday, December 2nd, 2022 as National Special Education Day and acknowledging the teachers, administrators, and parents striving to make special education possible for special students. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much again, Ms. Ceballos. We will move on to 4.0, 4.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Once the board adjourns into closed session, in-person submissions for public comments will no longer be accepted. All righty, our first public comment is from Gina Mireles. I hope I had that right. Gina, welcome. Mireles.
I'm Guillermina Mireles, and I've been a substitute teacher for this district since 2019. I'm also a federally protected whistleblower that worked 10 years with the Etiwanda School District. I'm currently writing a book that's going to be called The True Queen of the South, Cuidando sus Angelitos, regarding the federally funded cartels that are school districts. Historically, school districts have criminalized Mexican Americans, and Chafee Joint Unified has done a very good job of producing Black angels, just as San Bernardino City Unified has produced the West Side Verdugos. Everything that the Etiwanda School District did to me and others will show the world how business is done in the state of California when it comes to school board members and superintendents, where it's cronyism, racism. Tonight, I'm here because I'm not angry, I'm not upset, I'm encabronada. Because I've been blacklisted by 3 schools, by 3 cronies. And I'm furious. When I received the email from personnel, I couldn't believe that somebody as outspoken as myself
would be targeted by some stupid individuals that have tenure in this school district. I won't back down. I'm just like Dr. Armando Navarro, only that I'm of a different gender. And I shank like a man. I don't use a knife, but I use a typewriter. And I documented the professional misconduct of the sheriff's department, of the courthouse, and I pushed into retirement a sheriff and a commissioner. And now I'm having to expose the violation of the education code that I've been documenting since 2019 because I've been attacked by 3 principals. The worst one was from Linwood Elementary, where I was there for a year as a backup SDC teacher and a backup sub, and I saw what was going on, and I established relationships with the students. So it was easy for me to pick up the assignment when Mr. Valdez over at Urbita got better, because I was supposed to be at Urbita until January. And go back to Lincoln, 5 minutes on campus, and I get approached by a staff member saying that the new principal has been given the green light by the superintendent and the Board of Education to do whatever she wants. And I was given complaints about what she's doing to the students and what she's doing to staff. Well, she can fuck with whoever she wants, but this bitch pushes back. And I'm that nerdy kid that you see on the campus, that nerdy kid that has her book and she's reading, but if a bully comes and pushes her, she's gonna kick that bully's ass. I've got the backup in the courtroom and I've got the backup out on the streets. Because when I went from working for the prestigious Etiwanda School District that is white and red due to the board members' color and political affiliation, I went straight and started working for Francisco Suarez, one of the 5 Mexican-American attorneys that sued the state of California when Prop 187 was passed. In 1973, I was spanked, paddled in kindergarten for speaking Spanish. So I'm not some dumb girl that can get bullied, that's right out of college and is now a substitute teacher, and she's trying to fit in, and she doesn't know how the game works. She just knows that she has to bury her head in the sand and ignore all the professional misconduct. I'm a whistleblower. I document shit. I write shit every night on my journal so I can give you date and time, especially when I see the shit that's happening here. And so now I need to do a presentation so that I can tell this board and this intern superintendent of all the professional misconduct that I've seen so that you guys can take care of it. And this new principal at Linwood Elementary, she just earned herself a complaint with the California Department of Education, because that's how I do business. I don't have to get an attorney. I don't have to organize parents. I see, I write, I type, and I mail. And so next board meeting, I need to give you my presentation of what I've seen and what I have observed, because things are worse now than they were during the civil rights movement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next public comment is Claudia Gonzalez. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Claudia González.
Good evening, my name is Claudia Gonzalez.
Vengo en representación de un alumno de la Riley.
I'm here to represent a student from Riley.
Se me hizo injusto de que él cometió un error y lo mandaron a una escuela que no pertenece al condado, y el distrito me mencionó que la iban a mandar a una escuela del condado y no fue así.
I feel that it's unjust that he committed an error and he was sent to a school that's not from the county. And the district did tell me that it would be a county school, however, it's not.
Y yo vengo a exigirles, por favor, que me lo metan a una escuela del condado porque donde está ahorita es un programa que no le está beneficiando en nada al niño.
And I'm here to ask you to please enroll him in a county school because the program that he's in right now is not benefiting anything to my son.
Pueden revisar el currículo del pasado. Yo sé que no es un alumno espectacular, pero tiene un buen récord.
You can check his records from the past. I know he's not a spectacular student, but he has a good record.
No sé qué información necesitarían o cuándo me puedo comunicar con ustedes para que me hagan saber si pueden mandármelo a la escuela del condado.
I don't know what kind of information you would need from me or when I can communicate with you all so that you can please send him to a county school.
Porque así como todos cometemos errores, él también se equivocó. Yo sé que él tiene que pagar su error, pero no hay de esa manera.
Just like all of us make and commit errors, I know that he had a mistake, but he doesn't deserve to pay in that form, to be in that place.
No sé dónde me puedo comunicar o qué hago para esperar.
I don't know where I can communicate or what do I do to wait on this.
Yo voy a comunicar con usted. Ya cuando termina sus comentos, yo voy para hablar con usted. I will go and speak with her as soon as she leaves the dais.
Excelente, gracias.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Un momento, por favor.
Señora, quiero una clarificación. ¿Qué es lo que quiere? ¿Qué clase de clarificación necesita? I asked her, what kind of clarification does she need?
Que lo pongan en una escuela del condado. Yo sé que está expulsado, no puede estar en el distrito, pero que lo pongan en una escuela del condado. Ahorita lo tienen en un programa, no en una escuela.
For him to be placed in a district school, he's expelled at the moment, yes, but he isn't in a county school. He's in a program. So for him to be placed in a county school.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, our next public speaker, and I apologize if I get it wrong, it looks like Janelle McVeigh? Janelle? I didn't hear. Please correct me when you get up there.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette McKeag,
Oh, Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette.
and I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association Council. We are a nonprofit that oversees the neighborhood associations in the city of San Bernardino. In the past, we've collaborated with the San Bernardino Police Department with Light Up San Bernardino, which we distributed 3,000 solar house lights to residents. We partnered with Assemblyman James Ramos for a turkey giveaway, and we've worked with Uplift San Bernardino at outreach events and regularly participate in the city's Parks and Recs events, where we give residents information on how to get involved into their neighborhood association. Muscoobiabi Neighborhood Association collaborated with Davidson Elementary School on a disaster preparedness safety fair and are working on a neighborhood walkability initiative to improve pedestrian safety. Our associations are active in the community with events, block parties, cleanups, and helping San Bernardino be a better place to live. We are here tonight because we're interested in collaborating with the school district. We serve the same community. There's a natural partnership between us. Sharing upcoming events and giving our kids a chance to engage in community service is a win-win for everyone. We'll be reaching out to your community engagement department to see how we can work together. And if anybody here in the audience wants to get involved in your neighborhood association, please contact us at nac@sbdc.org. sbcal@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you do out there. All righty, our next public speaker and comment will be Tammy Martinez. Welcome.
Good evening, Board. I think it's been just about a year since we visited last, so we just thought we'd do a little updates. Last time I was here, we talked about the new Makerspace STEAM program that we had started, and so the students as far down as kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade made you some little goodies from the Makerspace. We did receive a grant from San Manuel of about $5,000 for us to get more 3D printers. I couldn't even begin to rattle off what's in there because I don't know how to use most of it, but you can ask any second grader and they'll be sure to show you how. Also, after a 3-year hiatus due to COVID, our Christmas play is back, so there's also an invitation inside your goodie bag. I think it's been just about 3 years, so the kids are excited. A lot of them that were in kindergarten-ish when we stopped are so excited. So usually we're at Sturgis. This year we're moving on over to Indian Springs Performing Arts Center, so we're pretty excited to have their state-of-the-art stage this year. So your invitation is in here. We are doing 2 nights, December 13th and December 14th, and my email's on there. If you'd like us to reserve you some seats, we'd be happy to do so. So who can I give your goodies to? Right over here. All right, well, thank you so much. It's good to see you again, and we'll be back with some more exciting news in maybe a couple months.
All
Have
right,
a
good to
good
see you
night.
as well, and I'm glad that your Christmas play is back. Is it still the Nutcracker, or what are we doing this year?
This year it is called Sulky Santa, and it is about a little boy who is naughty, and so Santa gets discouraged, wants to quit, and then the little boy decides, the Christmas spirit is just by spreading joy and love and peace with his family, and everything goes back to normal.
All right, and I think I prompted some questions. Looks like Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, no, and I've been there and enjoyed the play before. So I'm really curious, just so you know, we do have a school board meeting on the 13th. You said 13th and 14th?
Yes.
Yes, we have a school board meeting on the 13th. The 14th, do we have anything? Oh, okay, so it's an iffy, but yeah, maybe we could look at that.
All right,
Thank
it'll
you.
be in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
I just want to thank you for all the great work that you do and
thank
all
you,
the
guys.
inspiration that you do for our kids and
you.
just the innovation. You just keep growing and growing. It's
And-
wonderful
and
to see.
Our kids enjoy sharing, so anytime
Right,
anybody wants to stop by, especially, like I said, the new Makerspace, they're so excited. Kindergartners are in there making amazing things.
It's wonderful.
Amazing things.
Thank you
so.
for coming and
Thank
sharing.
You. You're
Yeah,
welcome
yeah.
anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. Take care. All righty, that is it, I believe, for in-person public comments, and we have one virtual public comment, and that will be Ms. Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti.
She's muted. Did we mute her or is she muted herself?
Mrs. Negretti, if you could please unmute.
Good evening, board member.
You're breaking up a little bit, Ms. Negretti. If you can hear us.
That's what resolved the problem last time. I could disconnect and rejoin.
We can hear you fine now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
you're here now.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening. I'm calling to request that you don't approve the agenda items 12.8.
Okay, the last thing we heard was 12.8. And then you
Oh,
went out.
sorry.
No, you went out after 12.8. If you can repeat after that, please.
12.8 through 12.11, which is to extend the assistant superintendent's contract for 1 year. I ask that you wait to allow the new superintendent to make the decision of selecting his. The practice at many school districts is that the superintendent chooses his or her cabinet. In addition to that, I saw that agenda item 13.32 for Capital Advisors Group is a contract for 7 months to coach and support the management team in the amount of $192,700. Because in the past, I brought to your attention that using public funds to hire Capital Advisors Group violates the education code. I believe that the funds should be going to the students instead of this group. And so seeing the contracts continue to go to groups versus the students, I remind you again that there are needs at the schools, there are needs for the students. We asked for the graduating class, and that didn't take place. I also saw that you have on your agenda the approval for CAPS uniforms. And so I would like to know why the district is now paying for CAPS uniforms when each vendor receives a contract and there have been amendments to increase those contracts. Shouldn't that funding for their uniforms come out of their own contracts? And if you are going to support paying for those uniforms, did you consider at all having the uniforms be provided or printed at San Bernardino High School, since they have a program and that would allow the students to be hands-on? Also, during today's presentation for the recognition statements, the speaker brought up that the student was continuing to move in progress to reach his IEP goals. When listening to this, I cringed because as a parent, I saw no need for anyone to disclose that a student has an IEP. Her statement could have been fulfilled without making such disclosure to the public. By stating that the student was reaching his academic goals, the same message would have been fulfilled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gretty. All right, and I believe that is it for public comment, correct? Very good, thank you very much, and we will, let me get back on here. We will be moving to 5.0, which is closed session. So 5.1, closed session public comments. And I believe we have one public comment, and it is virtual, and it will be Ms. Negretti. Welcome back, Ms. Negretti.
Good evening, board. San Bernardino, let me get this.
Are you there, Ms. Negretti? We cannot hear you.
I unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. San Bernardino City Unified continues to lack in transparency for promotions and new hirees. In tonight's closed session, the only information available for the administrative positions is the name of the schools, which does not provide transparency. The district used to include such information, and it allowed the parents, as well as the public and board members, to give informative public comments. The practice of not disclosing the names of those being promoted to administrative positions continues to keep parents in the dark. And given the most recent promotion of the sister of Assistant Superintendent Anna Applegate, which looks like clear.
You went out again, Ms. Negretti, after Ms. Applegate. We can still not hear you. All right, we are still unable to hear you. Okay, Ms. Negretti, we are going to move forward. You have a few minutes to call back if you can, but we cannot hear you at this time. All right, thank you. Alrighty, folks, we don't hear from Ms. Negretti here soon, and we will move on to going into closed session, which is 5.2. And so we will close and go into closed session. Alrighty, folks, we'll come back from closed session and reconvene in open session. Ms. Cunningham, do we have Ms. Ceballos on now? She's coming in right now? Okay, very good. We'll wait till she's on. And thank you, everyone, for being patient. I think we did pretty good. Tried to get out by 8, so that was about as close as we're probably ever going to get. So, all right, Ms. Ceballos, are you with us now?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to 6.1, approval coordinator, multilingual programs. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employee: Maria Ordaz, coordinator, multilingual programs, K through 12, effective date, work, year, and salary to be determined, funding source 261.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
I would,
Dr. Flores?
I would just like to congratulate Dr. Ordaz for being appointed to this position.
All righty. Any other comments? We haven't voted yet, so maybe we should vote first, and then we can.
Oh, sorry about that.
That was very nice, Dr. Flores. All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Dr. Ordaz and my fellow Bulldog. Very exciting.
Stand up.
Oh, yeah, we have to have you stand up. Sorry about that, if you're here. All right, yay. All right, we'll move on to 6.2, approval of principal Urbita Elementary School.
So moved.
Oh, let me.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
That's
wanna
okay,
read-
Dr. Rogers.
Okay, you're.
But we'll let you
okay.
get that first one as soon as we get there.
Yes, we're gonna just let
All
you
right.
get it all out, because you're going.
Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employee: Dorothy Daft, elementary school principal, Urbita, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding source 031. It's been moved by Dr. Rogers.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Daff. Are you here this evening? Are you here? You have to stand up if you are here. All right, congratulations. Very good. Seems like your family's here too. That's awesome. All right, 6.3, approval of vice principal, Arroyo Valley High School, Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employee: Jordan Hope, high school vice principal, Royal Valley, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding source 035.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right, motion carries. Jordan, are you here today? Hey, over there, you got to stand up, Jordan. Come on now. All right. Congratulations and welcome to the district. All right. Moving on. Settlement agreement claim number 572798. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves settlement agreement claim number 572798 in the amount of $115,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.5, settlement agreement claim number 303-1359. Be it, sorry.
Okay.
Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement claim numbers 303-1359 in the amount of $25,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Motion carries. Moving on to 6.6, expulsion of students. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code 48900.
Reluctantly so moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Actually, I do have a question too, but Dr. Flores?
I just want the public to know that we are experiencing an increase of violence by our kids. And we have to address it. And because of this violence, the kids are being expelled. And because they are in danger to themselves and to our other students and faculty, and we recognize this, but we have to somehow begin to address it and do something for our kids and their families. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and I couldn't agree more, and you are right. It seems like there is a little bit of an escalation out there, and it could be some fallout of what we've experienced over the last 2.5 years, and we definitely need to do more. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Biles, sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.7. Students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders suspension or expulsion of the following student with identification number as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.8. Students recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due to completion of youth court, availability of other means of corrections, and or due process errors. Let me find that one real quick here.
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you very much. It's been quickly moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Sorry about that. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.9. Petition to expunge, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes expulsion and or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Mateo Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. And I'm not sure on the second, was that
Oh,
Ms. Rosales Medina or Dr. Dowdy
Dr.
Rogers?
Rogers.
Okay, Dr. Dowdy Rogers on the second, please. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Thinking of the Jeopardy theme while we wait for the answer.
Yeah, it passed, but we're going to have to fix it in our thing, but it passed.
All right, and do we need to go verbal on that since it was not demonstrated on the board? Pardon me? All right, so mine was a yay. Miss Dr. Flores? On the one we just did, yay. Ms. Rosales
Yay
Medina?
as well.
Aye.
Dr. Gatti Rogers? Yay? I'm sorry.
Yeah, aye. Aye is yay.
Sorry. Aye. I didn't hear
Aye
you.
is yay.
And Ms. Ceballos already did a verbal, so all right. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, 6.10, other closed session action. I am glad to report there is no other closed session action. So we will move on to 7.0, report by union organization. 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Good evening.
Good evening, President Wyatt, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Bita-Salcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I speak to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. Tonight, I'd like to let you know about SBTA, our Human Rights Committee's 9th annual Thanksgiving food drive. We have partnered for the last 8 years with our district's homeless liaison, Ms. Vicki Lee, to bring holiday cheer to many of our homeless families throughout the district. And I'd like to take a moment to thank our members and the cabinet for their generous donations this year. And I'd also like to invite the board to participate in our Thanksgiving food drive, and we'll be sending you the link if you'd like to donate. Last week, we'd like to acknowledge National School Psychology Week and take a moment to sincerely thank our school psychologists for the work that they do to support our students throughout the district in a variety of ways. This week is also American Education Week, which includes 2 other days where we recognize other educators amongst our education community. One is our National Education Support Professional Day, which is tomorrow, and then Substitute Educators Day on Friday. National ESP Day was established by the NEA to recognize and honor the contributions of school support employees, and I want to thank the ESPs in our district who provide invaluable services and are essential partners that work alongside our members to educate our children. And then on Friday, we'd also like to honor our substitute educators who provided that critical link in the education of our public school children by serving as a bridge to provide continued education in the temporary absence of our regular classroom teachers. We want to acknowledge these individuals as essential to our work with students, our school psychologists, our education support professionals, and our substitute educators, and sincerely thank them for their contributions to our students and the greater education community. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, and it's good to see you. All righty, 7.2, California School Employee Association.
No report.
Thank you very much. 7.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
Thank you. 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Very good. Moving on to 8.0, Reports and Presentation. 8.1, California Assessment of Student Performance in Progress, CAS presentation. Ms. Applegate. And she's coming on around. And team.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Good evening, board. Tonight, the team of Educational Services is here to present you with one of our key performance indicators, which are our data results for the CASP, which, as you know, is our annual student performance assessment given by the state of California. We had talked earlier about how we were going to do this presentation back in September, but as you know, the data was embargoed, and so the state has recently released and made it official. So what you'll see here tonight are official results for our district. But board, I also want you to keep in mind that our students are much more than a number. So as you know, we've had extra challenges, as everybody else has, and you'll hear a little bit more about it. throughout the nation, decline in test scores. But keep in mind, as you know, our students are brilliant, they're very capable, and we're very proud of all of them. And we are committed as an Ed Services team to do whatever we need to do, along with our other divisions, to make sure that our students achieve their greatest potential. So moving forward tonight, board, we're going to be sharing with you the CAS results for English Language Arts and Math for those students that are meeting or exceeding standards in elementary, middle, and high school. We're also going to share with you some of the student group data that you'll see, all of this post-pandemic. And I think more importantly, we've identified some of the indicators that have had the highest impact, and unfortunately negative impact, on some of our student achievement. So you'll see some of that tonight, and we'll talk about a plan that we have for that. We'll also discuss the relationship between some of those high impact factors and student performance. You'll be hearing a little bit about chronic absenteeism, about grading practices, and about really targeting student achievement for our African American students. We will also share with you details of next steps so that you can see that we do have a very comprehensive plan that involves all of our divisions and all of our educational partners. And I do want to tell you we are very proud of our administrators and our teachers, proud of the team. Everybody's really pulled together to have a concerted effort to make sure that we fill those gaps, not only fill them, but exceed performance for our students. So at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the team, and they'll take it from here.
All right, good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, esteemed board members, cabinet, and our community. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to begin our series of board presentations on key performance indicators. The COVID pandemic created a pause in reporting on many of these indicators within our district and also within the state of California's accountability system. As we move through the next years, you will see adjustments made in reporting in our California dashboard, and as those adjustments are made, we'll make adjustments to our internal reporting here. Tonight, you will see the new set of baseline data for our 2 academic measures reflected in the California School Dashboard when it does officially update in December of 2022, which is next month. The presentation this evening will provide initial information from our California Department of Education research file that we have disaggregated and prepared for you. As we move through the information tonight, we hope to build a data story for you that describes the context of where we are as a district and also describes the context of where we are at in the state and nationally. Data is just a starting point for us, as Mrs. Applegate so eloquently pointed out. We hope to use the information that we're providing you here this evening to help us lead and make decisions in the best interest of all of our scholars. The intent is to always identify outliers and areas of strength that we can replicate, as well as clearly define targeted supports. Data is a number that will help us build our story that we will write together. So we start with some overall data points this evening. So you see before you that we met our 95% participation requirement at every site and within all student groups in grade levels 3 through 8 at each of our sites. This is something that is expected from the state of California's accountability system. And our sites met that challenge, and we made it, which is a really significant point for our district, because there are districts in the state of California that were not able to make their 95% requirement last year. And so we commend our administrators and our educators and our scholars for really being present and taking the CASP in the spring. As you will note in the slides that follow, performance declined in most of our student groups and programs as compared to pre-COVID 2019 metrics. And this is in line with national trends for both reading and math. Our English learner student group and our foster youth student group saw a small increase in English language arts, and the English learner student group saw a small increase in mathematics compared to the pre-COVID 2019 metrics. Our African American student group shows the greatest gap in student proficiency in both English language arts and math as compared to the previous 2019 metrics. On this slide, you'll see a bit of a national picture, which shows you what we are seeing as national trends. So last year, which is the last year that we tested in spring of 2022, 49.5 million students were enrolled in public schools across the United States. We have about 3.0 million teachers, and we saw our chronic absenteeism rate range anywhere from 2 to 3 times what the national average was prior to COVID. In academic measures, we're seeing nationally that our students across the country have declined by 5 points in reading at age 9, which is the first time since 1990 that we've seen a decrease in reading. In the area of math, we are seeing a decline of 7 points, and this is actually the first time nationally we have ever seen a decline in the age 9 group for math. And the other number that is up there is the effect size of collective efficacy, which has been a huge piece of the professional learning that we've been doing with both our site leaders and our teachers, really building capacity around all of the strength, knowledge, and expertise that we have within the district to target our students where they're at and close those gaps. And we know that a 1.57 effect size for professional learning communities and collective teacher efficacy is significant, and we know that by following those things, we will be able to close these gaps in achievement that we're seeing. So as we move into the actual metrics, we're going to start with our English language arts. So what you see displayed on this first slide is by school level. So you'll see the overall district. In 2019, which is represented in the gray bars, was at 40.4%. In 2022, we declined about 7% down to 33.4%. And then you see at elementary, middle, our comprehensive high schools, and our continuation high school. This next slide shows by program. So once again, you'll see the overall district numbers, and then you'll see our major programs. So our English learner program, the socioeconomically disadvantaged student group, students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless. And these are also the student groups that are represented on the California School Dashboard. And so you can see our increase in English learner and foster youth from 2019 to 2022. And you can see that the other student groups are in line with what we're seeing nationally and statewide. This slide shows our other major student groups by race and ethnicity. So you'll see the district overall, and then you'll see our African American student group, American Indian, Asian, Filipino, Hispanic, Pacific Islander, white, and the category of 2 or more races. And you will see, as we shared in the initial slide, that our African American student group is the student group that is seeing the most significant achievement gap. We did see a slight increase for our English learners on the previous slide and our foster youth students. So we also wanted to be able to show you where we are at in comparison to local districts. And so there are several districts that are laid out there on the screen, and the comparison to San Bernardino County as well. The state of California has not released their overall numbers. They will release those in December. That's why there's a blank bar there. We are noted in green, and as you can see, we are in the middle of the pack, which shows you that what we're seeing here is very similar to what districts who compare to us in demographics and size are also seeing across the state. So I'm going to pause there at the end of our English language arts data and take any questions that you may have about what we've shared.
All right, ladies, and I apologize, I didn't see who was first, second, and third. Abigail? Ms. Rosales Medina, and then Abigail, Dr. Rogers, and then Dr. Flores. There we go.
Yes, thank you for sharing the report. I wanted to ask first a few clarifying questions just regarding the CASP. This is for 2021, 2022 school year?
Correct.
And so does that mean the 2019, does that reflect 18/19 school year?
Yes.
And I think as you're telling the story, one of the pieces that I feel like it's missing is what happened. We're having like the beginning of the story and then the end of the story. There's nothing in between to kind of show what happened during the COVID session, and then showing even from then, because we know everybody dipped, but then what happened after that dip? Did we continue to dip even further? Or did we start maintaining, or did we increase? And I think that middle part of the story is missing for me to fully understand how, because I understand COVID across the board, everyone decreased. I just feel like it's a little, as you move throughout the report, there's going to be that still missing story within it. I don't know if you do have numbers. Maybe you do have those. I don't know if you have them with you, so that way as we're going through, maybe you want to add that middle story to it.
Ms. Rosales Medina, so this is specifically to the key performance indicator of CASP. We are
Okay.
going to bring you the NWA data,
Okay.
which is the interim in between the CASP
Oh, because the
assessments that we
CASP,
do.
there wasn't
This
none
is just
within
comparison.
those, that
Correct.
one. Okay, you're
This
right.
is just from one year to the other for student
Okay.
achievement. But we also have NWA data, which is our district assessment that we do
Okay.
in between.
And is that going to be presented as well?
Yes, we will present that at another time because it's
Oh, not
also a
today. Okay.
huge file as well, but we'll be bringing that to you.
Okay, so yeah, when you do that, I imagine you're going to then have that where we're able to see how it is. All right, perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
It was,
Oh,
but
I'm
go ahead,
sorry,
go ahead.
Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Okay, flipped it. Okay. And just to add then to what she was saying, are you able to share, I mean, what does those numbers look like? Is it more the same, or you don't have the data yet?
We have fall data. I do not have specific numbers here with me, but I would say we're in line with NWA with what we're seeing with CASP. Yes.
And I have to say, I mean, these numbers are just, there's no way to smile at them. You know, they're not, because I don't see them just as numbers. I see them as kids, as children, as youth, as those that we serve. Something, these ones showed up, right? And we know we have a problem with those that did not show up. But these showed up in something. You know, life, everything we know that will continue to happen. What I would be most concerned with our district is, what are we doing differently other than comparing down the street, right? Others can have their problems, but this is a district that will applaud itself as being unique, as being different from the rest, as having the resources of just everything, the county pocket, everything here. And so when I look at this, I don't want to minimize this, like, you know, this is what happened, because these are kids. On the other end, looking for some positive in this is that when I look at the comprehensive high school from your first page, the comprehensive high school, the continuation high schools didn't seem to have these major dips. So my question then also would be, what happened there? Also, what happened in EL when we said, you know, EL numbers had also, you know, not as a devastating impact. So are we going to hear about that or know about that, or exactly what happened in those cases?
So I can speak to what we're seeing at the middle school and both the high schools. We did not see a significant level of drop. That comes from a number of different factors that we've been able to identify. First being that those students who took the CASP in spring 2022 at grade 11 and grade 7 and 8 had previous experience in the platform. They were familiar with testing. And they had been with us prior to COVID for instruction in person in the classroom. And so we see that reflected in those 2022 test scores. For our younger students who may not have been with us in person for very long prior to taking a test in person, we are seeing those things reflected at the younger grades. As far as what we're seeing with our English learner and foster youth, there could be a number of different factors that go into the increases that we're seeing there. Stability in the number of population, just statistically, and then the additional layers of support that we have been offering through the Atlas office for our foster youth and through our multilingual programs. And I think you'll see as we kind of speak to next steps for what we're doing to address the large discrepancies that we're seeing, you'll see a lot of those practices described and replicated.
And
Board, for
go
your
ahead.
information, Mr. Ojeda and Mr. Acosta will be bringing an English learner presentation for you where they'll outline everything, the supports that were given to them, and possibly some of the reasons that increased as well.
And then lastly, you know, when we speak to, I mean, the greatest gap, you know, that's what we've referred to for our African American students, having the greatest gap. And again, I just would say, what exactly are we going, and when I look at the numbers, they're smaller numbers. And so I wonder, with all of the things that we are saying we're putting into place, are we really putting our arms around a group that is continuously suffering? Either they're dropping out, going away, or feeling like, I don't know, but it saddens me to see those numbers. It saddens me to see how low those numbers are, and then be reflected as knowingly they're our greatest gap. So I guess the question would be to the board, to the district, to everyone, what are we going to do? We say this every time we get these reports, and we know that there's something's not happening. And whatever resources we don't have, we need to get them. And that is why I advocate, when the resolution came about that said this big district should have been in the forefront of saying we want additional money for a subgroup that constantly is at the bottom of the totem pole, we just paused. And so we can't keep pausing there. Those are our kids. So that's all I'll say for now.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, Dr. Flores, and then Ms. Ceballos after Dr. Flores.
Yes, thank you for the report. I was going to ask some of the same questions you did, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and the discrepancy with the third graders. But I also know that our kids were not in school, first graders and second graders, and then they had to take a test. And your comment about not being familiar with the platform, not being familiar with that is big. And that's probably why we see the low performance on here. I think next year, hopefully we'll see a better performance with them. And also, these are averages. It's everybody put together. And so I always ask about disaggregating the data, about disaggregating our subgroups by third, eighth, and also high school, because it isn't fair to lump everybody together and then average everything out, because it wipes out the range. It wipes out the ranges. And a long time ago, I don't know if we have the resources now or not, Mrs. Applegate, to do data analysis. Where is it that our kids are not performing well? What do we need to target that? And, all of these testing is very difficult. And if you're not familiar with the format, a kid could know how to do certain math, but yet the way it's asked on the tests will not show that they know. And so we need multiple data, like you said, Mrs. Applegate, the NWEA? Or I always get that acronym mixed up. It's a little bit better, but I think too that if we were to disaggregate and even do the data analysis just on a few kids, it would be interesting to see, what areas they need. I think our teachers would benefit from it, In terms of course, our English learners and our foster youth went up, and I think it's because, like you said, the supports, the extra support. So that's what we need to do for our African American kids. That's what we need to do for our homeless kids, for all the kids, in terms of those extra supports. And this is just one snippet. It's not really who they are. I don't believe that a test score, I don't believe a test score is who you are, because our kids know so much more. And it does not reflect what they actually know. It's just, there's so many factors. So I just appreciate you doing all this work. It's a lot of work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you, Dr. Scott Wyatt. I'm just going to be here as well. Obviously this is not very pleasant data, but we've had some challenges in the last couple of years, so that's also to be expected. I have very similar questions, and I'm sorry, I'm looking this way because I'm working off of two monitors. I also am curious, as it has already been mentioned, what has happened. I do see the growth that has happened in our English learners, English learner students, and I'm really curious to learn more about, what happened there. I also see a tremendous decline, even more than in our African American students with our Pacific Islander students. They were at a 35.2% pre-pandemic, and they dropped to 11%. That's a huge, huge decrease. And again, just interested to see, take a deeper look into some of these just gaps, and some grew, some dropped tremendously, and just kind of getting a better understanding and picture of kind of what happened there. Also, to go along with disaggregating the data, I think it's important, and I don't know why it hasn't been done before. Maybe somebody can help me understand, but why aren't we looking at schools? All of these do get clamped up, right, by grade, whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school. But I'm sure that there's tremendous discrepancy across, different school sites at the elementary level or at the middle school level. And we need to be able to, in full transparency, to be able to see that information. That way we do provide resources to where they're most needed. So I don't know why that hasn't been, part of the regular information that we get anytime we get these presentations, but I would definitely like for that to also be included. So yeah, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, no, and I do want to piggyback on that, because even when you look at the math scores for the Pacific Islanders, they actually dropped 24%. Let me look at it. Where did I? Huh? Oh, they haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. But yes, they dropped significantly. So I do want to mention to Ms. Ceballos, and I think this is something that we can really consider with the funding that we do have. Before the funding was eliminated or the program was dismantled, I don't remember how or when exactly, but we did look at, so the whole point was to look at school sites, and we did look at school sites, and it was not in a way that we were mindful that we didn't want to do prejudgment. We just wanted to see the actual numbers and provide support for those school sites that were on the lowest ranges. When we were able to disaggregate it, we decided to add extra funding to help those sites. I forgot what the program was called, but it wasn't that long, TSSP, and it wasn't that long ago. And I know from what I've heard recently that, it might have been dismantled or the departments, or no, we currently still have that funding. So then is it the same school sites, or are we using different sites? And maybe that's something that we can really look at. I know this doesn't have the presentation, but looking at what we did in the past, that actually helped the sites. I remember the scores went up by sites, and I do agree that we should have it disaggregated, because there are sites that are probably doing really well, and then there's sites that are struggling, and it's okay. We just have to then provide those extra supports for those sites that are struggling a little bit more.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and I'll reserve my comments till after we get through math and get a little deeper into the presentation, because I do have some questions just for clarity. And really, I like to look forward. I know that this data does not look good, and it's, you know, pretty tough to swallow, but at the same time, you know, I want to look at the future and what is our plan. I see there's a lot of pages behind this with quite an extensive plan, and so I'll wait until then. Thank you.
All right, board. So we are going to walk you through the math achievement data, and keep in mind this is CASP, grades 3 through 8 and 11. And so you do see before you the by school level, so district, elementary, comprehensive, and continuation high school. You will see that in 2019, which is the last time we took CASP before we closed for the pandemic, we were at 27.3% district-wide. We saw about an 8.7% drop, and we are currently at 18.6 proficiency for math district-wide. And then you'll see that trend reflected in our elementary, middle, and high school. We did see a slight increase in our continuation high school math data. So once again, by program, you'll see our district numbers overall represented up there, and then you'll see our English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disability, foster youth, and homeless. And you'll see once again, we had a very slight increase in our English learner student group, and our foster group remained stable. And this last slide is by race ethnicity. And you'll see our district average there at the beginning, and then you'll see all of our student groups across. For our student groups here, we pull because we look at every single one of our student groups when we look at data. And so you'll see that that is why we have the Pacific Islander group included in here, and our American Indian population. And then once again, you'll see the local and comparable districts. These are all districts, same demographics, same size, similar to us. And once again, we're in the middle of the pack as far as those districts are trending. We show this to you so that you can kind of have context for where the rest of the state is and what they are also seeing as trends for their students. And I'll pause there, Dr. Wyatt.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, and I do want to just acknowledge a little bit in a positive end, although some of these numbers are really not encouraging, and I do agree with Dr. Dottie Rogers with regarding our African American students. The math part is just extremely low, even from it to start at 15% and then now going to 9.5. So, and since there are a smaller group, there could have been something we would have done more to help support our African American students. But I remember back in 19, I believe it was then, that we were encouraged by the moving trend upward, because Fontana, because it's like this little rivalry between Fontana, our school district. We actually surpassed Fontana back in the day, and we were moving in that positive direction. And then just to see us decline, but noting that they also declined similarly to us. Kind of shows what that trend, this kind of gives me more of a bigger picture of, you know, from a district that also is in the same similar boat as us. Not to say that it's right, but that we can see that they're also struggling in that similar situation. But I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Also, when looking at the numbers, we like to compare districts. Do we ever look at then within their data as well as how their students are performing and report that to us as well? Because if we're going to compare the whole, again, and I agree with taking down, you know, just disaggregating all the way down to the lowest common denominator if we can. But just as we look at the overall district, you know, I would encourage us to look at their student performances as well and to see, because I think part of the key to this, as we all continue to try to figure it out, is that someone, and it was said here, is having success. And I think I say this annually when this happens. Someone is having success in our district, but the duplication of that or something, somehow we're not bringing that together. And that is the reason why, you know, we had the TSSP program. And before, even with D's and F's, the reason why I harped on saying D's and F's is so we can all look at it and admit we have them and then find out where they exist and then go to work fixing it, right? Because when we look at the big picture, it's too difficult to even grasp. And then we compare and say, well, you know, they're doing bad over here too. And I really don't care how, not in a negative way, but I can only control what we can support you all to do the job here in this district. And we constantly talk about the funding that we have. And I hope there's some conversation again, because over the years, it's always been a struggle with not knowing where to put the money or really understand, and then we go give it somewhere else, then those individuals get the funding, and then they come and say, why aren't you guys changing your numbers? And they're part of the solution to work together. And so, again, not to beat a dead horse, but we do know that our community is watching. And our African American students is at 9.5% in math. The key to go to college if you choose to go. They're not getting there. They don't even have an option at this point. So somehow, some way, and even back in, you know, as was said, back in 2019, if we want to go far back, this is not new is what I'm saying. And for us to use the same formula to say, well, the times happen, no, because I can give the same speech 8 years ago. The numbers continue to be the same way. So somewhere in all the funding that we get, we're missing it. We're not putting it in the right place so that we can bring equity across the board and at least get to a place where there's a fighting chance. Because at 9.5, you don't have a fighting chance. And it's important that we all own it. You know, this is not a finger pointing, but it's an ownership of what we can do in San Bernardino City Unified School District, regardless of Fontana or whomever else or however they're responding. We don't have control over that, but we do have control over this. And it just saddens me because I know that these are the opportunities that ultimately, what Dr. Flores said not too long ago, end up in the streets, either no longer with us because of trying to do other things because they didn't make it in education. And we all are tired of hearing about kids being shot or taking drugs or doing these other things. And I connect that to it. That academics is what is most important to me. And then we take the money and do what we need to do. We can talk about all the other stuff all day long, but this is really where the rubber meets the road for me. And I'm just, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores.
I'm going to take another take. This data should be our baseline so that we can move forward and move in the directions that we need to do. I've been doing the math. All the kids are suffering. My granddaughter, for 2 years was traumatized. As a first grader, second, third grader. And she barely is getting more confident and not as traumatized. And so I could just imagine, you know, she's 9, she's in 4th grade, but she really, you know, and she has a supportive home and supportive grandma, Nana, but she still struggles with math. She's a very good reader. However, the math has been very challenging. And so, you know, I see her and her classmates struggling. And so that tells us that we need to, and I know you're going to do this. I know that our principals and our teachers know this. We're going to have to do things differently. So I'm looking at the data here. So our African American children are 5.6 below from 2019 to 2022. Our American Indian are 13.4. Our Asian are 8.2. Our Filipino kids are 7.7 below. Our Hispanic kids are 9.0 below. Our Pacific Islanders are 26.2 is the gap. Our white kids are 11.5 in terms of the gap. And our 2 races or more are 5.5. So we have quite a range, quite a discrepancy. To me, this is a baseline. Where do we need to go? What do we need to know? How are we going to do it? How are we going to support our kids, not just academically, but build their confidence, build their belief in themselves that, you know, they can do the math. I mean, I see that in my granddaughter. I'm a whiz at math. And she is just barely getting to really understand again why it's important. So, you know, there's so many variables that we can't control. And I have faith in you. I have faith in our principals. I have faith in our teachers that we will figure it out and that we will, you know, pull up our sleeves and just go and do it. I know that as a team, you work together and you figure out, you know, strategies and professional development, and that's the beginning. Those are the beginnings of it. And the supports, like we saw beforehand, I just have confidence that you will be able to do that. So this is baseline data. That's all it is for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos, I don't see your screen, so I don't know if you have your hand up or not.
No, I don't.
All right, thank you very much. You know, there's not much more I could say that my colleagues haven't said. You know, I was kind of reflecting while everybody was talking here, and I'm like, God, how long have I been on the board now? And, you know, next year I'll be going on my 8th year. So I got a 5-year term, plus 2, 7, now going 8. And, you know, I want to look, you know, in the 2019 to 22, that's really good comparative data because it goes back to pre-COVID, and I think that's significant. But even if we look back farther back, you know, have we made any significant gains? Because that's a long time, 8 years, right? And so, again, I'm looking forward to our plan and strategy moving forward. I was looking at the other districts, you know, on one of the pages, and thank you for providing that, that have African American student success policies and initiatives. And, you know, the ones I circled are the ones that are in our area. So, yes, Rialto does, San Mateo City does, Oakland, Compton, Riverside. So I compare against the ones that are above us, right? So maybe Compton or Oakland, those are probably some pretty challenging areas, I would think. Riverside, maybe not as much, maybe a little more affluent than us. So, you know, what is it that maybe Compton and Oakland are doing that are getting their results to be 7 and 8% higher than ours, right? They have, sounds like they have plans in place. And I guess what I'm asking, are they similar to our plans? Do you guys network and communicate together on developing such plans? You know, if so, great. If not, you know, I always say there's no shame in not having to reinvent the wheel, right? I beg, steal, and borrow. That's one of my cliches. And when I see success, I like to emulate success, because then I have to do it all on my own. So, you know, Dr. Flores makes a great point. This is a baseline year, but we should be seeing, in my opinion, significant growth in this coming year and next year, right? So, again, I'm looking forward to the next few slides. But I would compare us against like Compton and Oakland. That would be my self-evaluation. Say, okay, we could beat them. I know we could beat them, right? We have tremendous talent here. We have tremendous resources that we throw at our students and that we can provide. And you know, heard us define our community earlier about being resilient, hardworking. You know, with those two characteristics alone, I think you could overcome anything. So we need to give our staff the tools and our students the tools. And in this case, I'm going to even add our parents and families, right? If you ever hear me say anything, I always say the first teachers of our children are us. So I think there's ownership there too, right? But if you have a family or parents that don't know how to teach, because maybe they never learned and never were taught, then we can work with them to help them be better teachers at home to assist us. And you know, I think that's a win-win strategy. So again, I'm looking forward to the next few slides. Thank you.
All right, board. So we are going to take you through some next steps. And I want to start with something that, thanks to you, we were able to invest in, which is an actual district-wide assessment system. So we know that CASP comes once a year. It comes for grades 3 through 8 and 11. That does not give us a complete picture of our students K through 12. And so what we did with your support was invested in NWEA as a complete district-wide assessment system. And so we are able to progress monitor students at fall, winter, and then spring for our TK through 2 students. And then we are able now to track growth from fall to fall, winter to winter, and we'll be able to continue to do that for our entire population of students across the district. And so that's going to allow for several things for us. First, to track student growth, and then when we can speak to replicable practice in our classrooms where we can identify that tremendous student growth is taking place, so we can get in there and study and see why the growth is happening, what the practices are instructionally, what the classroom environment is, what are the amazing things that our educators are doing that we know is out there that we need to replicate. And we hope to replicate that through professional learning communities at our school sites and within our district clusters with our site leaders. One of the biggest benefits to NWEA is that we were able to run our own correlation study to CASP. And what we learned is that there is a strong correlation between what we see with our NWEA student data and what is then reflected in CASP. And so that allows us to really dig into the data at that granular level and see if a student is really struggling in fall and winter, they're probably going to show us that they're struggling on the CASP. It will no longer be a surprise when we get CASP in the spring. And so that is something that is extraordinarily beneficial for our school sites because they're really able to dig in to that individual student data. We're going to outline a number of supports and resources and investments that we're making. This data will allow us to evaluate the effectiveness of those supports and resources. The second thing that I want to say that we've invested in with your support is a district data warehouse. And so that is allowing us to take all of our data from all of the different sources and put it into one spot so that our educators can see stuff at the classroom level and triangulate data between attendance, their assessments, student behavior, everything about that child, and so that we can really identify ways to support and help those students. And so those are two of the big foundational pieces that we've rolled out over the past 18 months and that are really going to support a number of the resources and systems that Mrs. Applegate is going to share with you tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. So board, now I really want to really move into the nitty-gritty of what we need to do. So we realize we have a lot of work to do, and we owe it to our students to be the best that we can be. Thanks to your vision and thanks to you allocating dollars where we really need them, we've allocated millions and millions of LCAP dollars to support our multi-tiered system of support. We have done a full court press with all of our staff to make sure that we have 3 different tiers to support our students. The very first tier being what's essential for all of our students at all of our schools, so that every one of our students gets that excellent educational opportunity. Within tier 1 for our students, we are really strengthening instruction in various ways. As you know, we already have the curriculum, scope and sequence, and standards-based instruction that is pretty well in place, because we've been working all year last year with our teachers and our principals to do that. As you know, many dollars have been also allocated to our before and after school programs. We have really made those very engaging to keep our students in school. We've extended it into academics. As you know, CAPS in the past has not been as academically focused, but with Dr. Rodriguez and her team and their help with STEAM, not only is it more academically robust, but engaging. It's not boring and it's not tedious for them. So those longer days are also benefiting students. They're getting more instructional time through before and after school programs. With Ms. Coker and her team, and Dr. Funches has hired many subs, guest teachers to come in and to work with small groups during instructional time. They work with small groups with students who have been identified by data that need extra help in reading and in math. And I do want to make sure that I piggyback on what Dr. Cleveland said. We have very good data. We do get to the granular level, and the sites are very good at looking at data. They've even been coached and trained in how to look at their data, so that they're identifying those small groups of students that need extra reading and math help. So this has been very beneficial. As you know, we've not had a district-wide system that's consistent like this in the past, so we know that's going to make a huge difference. So Ms. Coker and her team, with the help of Dr. Funches and HR, have hundreds of guest teachers coming in and doing small group instruction. We also, as you know, through the pandemic, we learned that educational technology was an essential part of academic instruction. So every one of our students has their devices. They're good at them. Teachers have been wonderful in helping our students with their technology devices, and that integration is also strengthening instruction. And I know that you've heard that we've embarked on the universal design for learning, and that's a mind shift, a mindset where our teachers are being highly trained, as well as our principals. They have a full day here in December to really look at each student individually. Their lesson plans and all their educational experiences that they're planning revolve around looking at each and every one of those students as a whole child and what those needs might be. I know that Dr. Rodriguez will be bringing you a presentation on these same tiers of support on the other side of the triangle, which is SEL, emotional, and mental health. So we're making sure that all of this is included in Tier 1. We've identified that, so it's equally accessible to all of our students. As we move into Tier 2 for academics for our students, now we're talking specifically about learning centers. We're talking about places where students are pulled, not during core instruction, but they are pulled for additional academic support by resident guest teachers, by retired teachers. Dr. Funches has done a great job in finding extra help for us so that they're able to pull these students. At secondary, I know that Mr. Acosta, Dr. Venkatesan, the team is working to provide support classes. So as you know, we brought it to you before that we had approximately, I don't remember the exact number, but 60% of our incoming freshmen who were failing their first semester of math. So now we're implementing support classes to make sure that they're getting that extra instruction, that they're getting a benefit of that additional tutoring before they go on, so that they have a better understanding. We also make sure that in the learning centers, it's skill-based. We're filling gaps. We're being very, very aggressive about programs and design. Our partners at Imagine Learning have a fantastic program that is really correlated to NWEA. A teacher can give an NWEA assessment, and it automatically spits out what that lesson should look like in Imagine Learning and in other support systems, IXL and others that we have. So we're being very aggressive about filling those gaps. After school tutoring, we've also embarked with BrainFuse. It's available to all the students in our entire district. They can call and they can find tutoring in many different areas. And then also in Tier 3, an additional support, and these are in addition to Tier 1. They're not instead of. So we have Tier 1, we add Tier 2, and then the most extensive support is Tier 3. making sure that we have one-on-one help for the students that really need it. When we say individualized education plans, we're not talking about special ed. These are plans that are for these particular students that need that extra help, because all 3 tiers should really be addressed before even thinking about submitting a request for special education. So we're very committed to these 3 tiers of support. And you, board, with your progressive thinking, you provided millions of dollars for this. And so we're able to get, we mentioned to you, attendance verifiers for everybody, nurses more than we've ever had. We're going to have multi-tiered system of support point people or coordinators who are going to help the sites to do all of this work. And those are the direct supports for our students. And I think I want to go back to make sure that we mention that all of this is based on data, and they're going through a professional learning community, because we know that the entire school site has to buy in. It can't be top down. So our teachers are hugely involved, and they're the ones that are at the forefront helping this work to be able to be effective for our kids. We also have, our next slide please, we also have the same approach for our educators. So there's a multi-tiered system of support that we are also implementing for our educators and for our leaders. You can see there in Tier 1, the professional learning communities we've been talking about. Dr. Cleveland mentioned John Hattie's work that talks about the effect size, 1.57 for collective efficacy. That has the most impact on student learning more than anything that research has shown. When all the teachers work together and that whole community believes in what they're doing, that has a huge impact on student achievement. So as a district and as a leadership team, we're trying to be very clear and very good at helping them to understand the data. As you mentioned, it's now at the granular level. They're doing data checks, and I'm really proud to hear our principals when they talk about the data and what they're looking at, and our teachers as well. So for them, for Tier 1, we have building data literacy. We have teams that we've contracted out to go out and work with them with NWA. Many of our leaders are in NISL, the National Institute for School Leadership. I'm blank for a minute. And so many of our principals are involved in that. We just had a classroom learning walk, and we invited you to come along, and we'll invite you again in January, and we're very pleased to see what's happening in the classrooms. It was amazing to be in those classrooms. I know that Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Funches participated, and we're actually seeing all these things come to life. They're just not on paper. Our people really believe in our kids, and we can see that these things are happening. That's why I'm excited for where we will be this time next year. We also have the Administrator Leadership Institute. That used to be our principals meeting. It's very focused on instructional practices, and it's very focused on professional development for our principals. We take their feedback, and we're able to implement much of that. We are continuing with a cluster model. As you know, we have cluster leads that continue to work with our teams, and this is all Tier 1, so this means everybody's getting this. In addition to, in Tier 2, as you know, board, we have a leadership coaching agreement with Dr. Doug Reeves. You know he is a leading expert at PLCs, at working together, at reducing the DNF rate. They're getting top-notch, the best quality professional development and coaching for our leaders, and that's really important. We also make sure that we have great literacy and biliteracy leaders to help those that have dual programs and that are working with our English learners. So many supports within Tier 2 for them as well. You'll hear a little bit more about grading practices and the coaching that we're doing around that. And then Tier 3, focus schools didn't go anywhere. So Mrs. Rosales Medina, to your point, we have not identified necessarily, the state has not necessarily yet identified new schools, so we continue to support the school and put more funding into those that had been identified. But as a district, we looked at the data and realized that there were several. We could identify so many that we went ahead and identified even more. I think we're up to 26, something like that. So we have about 26 schools that we've identified, and they're getting additional funding, they're getting additional coaching. They're the ones that are mainly getting the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 supports. So we are making sure that we're targeting them because they are the ones that have the most need. And so you can also see that we continue to help with the learning walks, and then the PLC teams that I mentioned, they're getting very good at looking at data. So there are a lot of things in place, and I'm excited, and I know that our team is working very hard to make sure that we continue to build the capacity of our teachers and our leaders. Next slide, please. So for grading practices, as you know, Dr. Rogers, this is something that you had spoken about before last year, and we are extremely committed more than ever working with Dr. Reeves. He has several consultants that are now working directly with our high schools, along with Dr. Venkatesan. So we are looking at reducing the DNF rate, but in an authentic way. We're not looking at giving lower grades or trying to give excuses. We are looking at changing the mindset around grading practices so that grading is really done based on standards, based on performance and student achievement. We want to move away from the days where grades are given for things that are not necessarily, reflective of what that student does. So Dr. Reeves has been great with his team, working with our high school principals. Very proud of our high school principals. They're very open and they're working very hard to really make a difference. And we know that as we change grading practices, it's going to change teaching inevitably. And our teachers have been fantastic as well. We have a partnership with Ms. Alcala from the Teachers Association. I think she's even co-writing an article with Dr. Reeves, so it's a great collaboration, and we're very happy about that. Dr. Reeves' team is also coaching the focus school principals, so that's the additional layer that they're getting. So those focus schools are getting coaches that are with Dr. Reeves, very high quality, high level coaching. And then we have his coaches also working with this team here, because this team here is the one that's helping to train and build the capacity. Very proud of all of them, very high performers, but even high performers need coaching. So his team is working with us as well, because we know that we have great needs like we've never seen, but we're extremely proud of that as well. Next slide, please. And with that, we absolutely feel and we hurt as well as you do when we hear about African American students. And Dr. Greer is going to talk to you about exactly that. We were showing some good gains pre-COVID. We were actually starting to see this upward trend in student achievement. And then the bottom dropped out. And we don't want any excuses, but we do want to point out some impactful things that have happened so that we know how we can tackle it. And I'm proud to say that the cabinet, 100% behind it. I know we brought a new plan to the cabinet. We increased funding, and there was no doubt. They didn't skip a beat. They were like, yeah, whatever we have to do, let's just do it. So with that, I'm going to present Dr. Greer, and he's going to talk to you a little bit around the area of African American student achievement and where we were, where we are, and where we plan to go. Thank you.
Evening, board and cabinet. Glad to be here with you tonight to talk about this important work. I'd like to start by thanking you for your vision and commitment to improving outcomes for African American scholars. As you know, there's no state or federal policy that provides or protects African American students. This is despite a long history of achievement and opportunity gaps in our country, so your efforts, I think, are courageous. And as you can see here, we are one of only 7 districts that I'm aware of with an African American student success policy or initiative in our state. Half of these districts have created new departments and policies just since the pandemic. So SBCUSD has been a supporter and advocate of equity for a long time. And I'm going to spend a few minutes giving some context, then I'll go into some important solutions. So our board passed the first board policy 6012.1, the Targeted Instructional Improvement Plan, back in 2007, or the TIP policy. That plan established the Department of Equity and Targeted Student Achievement, or ETSA for short. Then in 2014, the board, district leadership, community leadership, and our district African American Advisory Council worked together on the African American Task Force. The task force led to these 5 targets that you see before you and a new improvement plan for African American student achievement. When I was hired as the ETSA director in 2019, I sought out to reorganize our department so that we could help our district and school sites address these areas. Immediately prior to COVID, during COVID, and in our first year back from COVID, these have been our focal areas in ETSA. And as you can see, we were doing better prior to COVID in distance learning. In fact, most districts were. Again, these are the districts with African American student success initiatives. Math and reading performance for African American students was higher in all of our districts prior to COVID. In SBCUSD, almost 1/3 of our African American students were reading at grade level before COVID in distance learning. Now that number is down to about 1 in 4, and our math performance dropped from 15 to 9%. Though we were facing challenges before, the pandemic added new layers of complexity. One report from the U.S. Department of Education argued that distance learning was hard for all students, and it was especially hard on students of color, particularly African American students across the country. Nationally, for example, African American students had less computer and internet access, less virtual learning participation, a loss of learning in math and reading that ranged from 7 weeks to 1/2 of a year. Black students in 2020 nationally were only 8% of the AP test-taking population, and that was on top of higher reported levels of grief, depression, job loss, and loss of family members. And this is in a fairly new report, came out at the end of the 2021 distance learning year from the U.S. Department of Education. So within this context, we have worked extremely hard, namely in the 2 years in and immediately out of distance learning, to build new models, systems, and supports for our district. For example, we created and piloted a new comprehensive equity professional development series. It's called Gap Closing Teaching, a brain-based approach to African American student achievement. We're now offering it to every teacher and site leader in the district. Our goal is to train all 3,000 of our certificated employees within the next 5 years. And this PD is one that we created during distance learning and didn't start offering it district-wide until this year. We created and piloted new student progress monitoring systems for both teachers and high school counselors. We created an equity scholarship program and gave $30,000 to 43 seniors this past June. We continue to innovate on our family engagement events. 2 weeks ago, we had the highest level of DAC parent participation that I've seen, about 40 parents, all non-district employees. They attended in person and online. Want to give many thanks to Student Services and the Family Engagement Department for the critical tech support that they provided us this year. And just last week, we had a reading family night, and we took a group of 100 SBCUSD students and families to the Redlands Harkins to see the new Black Panther movie. Lastly, we completely revamped our Sankofa program and brought it back as a magnet program this year. It is now at 3 schools: Hunt Elementary, Double A Middle, and Pacific High School. And this year, thanks to the crucial support of the board, Mrs. Applegate, Ed Services, Human Resources, and Categorical Programs, we're poised to expand our efforts in some new and exciting ways. The ETSA department has been around for 15 years, and for most of that time, it has had a director, a secretary, 1 or 2 program specialists, and for a few of those years, it had a classified employee who helped with family engagement efforts. As you can see here, since I came in 2019, we've been busy with reorganizing the department and strategically aligning our work with the improvement plan for African American student achievement. Now, every role in ETSA is tied to the implementation of the plan, and thanks to Mrs. Applegate, we're getting the full-time support that we need in order to do the work. In light blue, we have people in roles that were in the department before or during COVID, and in navy blue, we have people in roles that have been added just within the last 12 months. And so I came in 2019. You see my secretary came in 2020. Our ELA Equity Program Specialist, Ms. Roxanne Williams, really brilliant, doing some outstanding work with our 3rd grade teachers. We repurposed her role during the distance learning year so that she could work with and coach 3rd grade teachers specifically. This year, we are going to be interviewing soon 2 new ELA Equity Program Specialists. Our plan is to deploy them in the early grades so that we can really focus on and target early grades literacy. We want a program specialist working with our K-1 teachers. That's about 1,000 African-American kids in those 2 grades. We want a program specialist working with our 2nd grade teachers, and we have a program specialist who will be working with our 3rd grade teachers. In math, as you can see there, we were able to hire really an excellent math teacher in our school district, Mrs. Kalu. She is leading our work in math equity. Her focus this year is 8th grade. That's really her sweet spot, where she spent a lot of time and developed a strong expertise. We're also hiring 2 new math equity program specialists this year. And so we plan to deploy one of them to help with upper grades elementary, 4th and 5th grade. And then we plan to hire another one to help with 9th and 10th grade math, integrated math 1 and 2. Because historically, integrated math 1 in particular, the class that our 9th graders take, historically that class has had some of the highest DF rates across our district. And so we want to put a math equity program specialist there to work with those teachers and really provide crucial support. To the right of that, you see our high school equity program specialist, Dr. Josie Beckles. We hired her also in 2021 in the spring, so she's been with us now for about 1.5 years. She was a high school counselor at Arroyo Valley. We have coupled with her, or partnered her with 3 high school equity counselors. And this was actually a role that we saw our multilingual department had we noticed that they had English learner counselors who were doing some really important work at the high school with some of our English learner students. So we took that same role, repurposed it to provide a similar layer of support with our high school African American kids who are struggling. So this past year, we hired 3 high school equity counselors. One is at Indian Springs, Carolyn Larkin. One is at Pacific High School, Siobhan Anthony. And we have a high school equity intern. He just finished his PPS credential. He is a former student in our district, Malik Ross. He is at San Bernardino High School. We hired, I think in December, so about 11 months ago, a family engagement program specialist, full-time, Mr. Lawrence Hardy. He's doing some fantastic work to engage our families. And then we also just recently interviewed and will be soon bringing over to our district, to our department rather, Ms. Francine Blacksher. She has been doing some important work in the community for a long time around Pacific Islander families, so she's going to be joining the ETSA department real soon as well. So we just talked about the additional full-time support that we're getting to help us lift African American student achievement in reading and math. I'll speak very briefly to some of the other supports that we're installing this year. I mentioned that we hired 3 high school equity counselors toward the end of last year and this year. One lesson we learned pretty quickly from those counselors and their work with kids, mainly African American 9th and 10th graders, was that our high school students need not just SEL support, but additional academic support as well. So this year we've contracted with Valdez Tutoring to pair each high school equity counselor with a math tutor who's pushing into our integrated math 1 and 2 classes and supporting our students who are currently earning F grades in those courses. And this is happening right now at San Bernardino High, Pacific High School, and Indian Springs. Borrowing from Riverside Unified, we're looking to pay existing high school teachers and counselors extra duty hours to work as equity advisors at our other comprehensive high schools, Cajon, Arroyo Valley, and San G. These folks will meet regularly with a caseload of African American students to ensure that they're passing the 15 courses that make up the A through G requirements, and to ensure that they're getting the academic support that they need in their classes or to pass their classes. The coordinator of a similar program in Riverside told me that they increased their African American students' A through G rates from about 30% to over 50% in the last 7 years using a similar model. We're also looking at increasing our college programs and trips for our high school students. We'll be asking to take a group of 30 high school students on an HBCU tour during spring break, for example. This tour will take students, San Bernardino students, through North Carolina, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. They'll visit 5 historically black colleges and 2 Ivy League universities and some other key sites. We're also ramping up our family engagement efforts. Our goal is to build stronger relationships with our families of African American students so that we can truly partner with them to lift student achievement. And as you know, we started a magnet program this year, Sankofa. Again, it's at 3 sites, Hunt Elementary, Del Vallejo Middle School, and Pacific. Thanks to Ed Services and Transportation Services, we've been given funds to provide busing to students from across the district and to pay our teachers extra duty hours for additional work to ensure student success. Lastly, we're now providing our Tier 1 training, again, gap closing teaching district-wide, and again, our goal is to train all 3,000 of our certificated employees in the next 5 years. For our final slide, I'd like to show a video that highlights much of the work we've been doing from the summer to now. Thank you so much. So we want to pause there and take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Greer. Looks like Ms. Rosales Medina will start us off, and then we'll go over to Dr. Daddy Rogers.
No, thank you so much for your presentation, as well as showing us the back history of it, as well as walking us through some of the struggles and so forth, and now showing us some great programs that we do have in our district right now that we've increased the funding for. I do want to ask with regards to the goals that we're going to set moving forward. Have you really, and this goes through all departments, but specifically with African American students, I know that several years ago we've made it an intentional push to ensure that we were adding extra funding specifically for African American students, because we knew that they were the ones struggling the most. And then how we can elevate them, because once we were able to elevate them, everybody else in a domino effect was able to also increase, and that's what we were able to see. So are we setting specific goals? Is there something that we have, because all of these programs are great, but then how do we make sure by the next CASP report, how are we going to show increases? And have you had those conversations, what that may look like, and setting those goals across the board, elementary, middle school, and high school?
That's a great, thank you for the question. And so we are still following the improvement plan for African American student achievement with that focus on third grade ELA equity, math equity in grades 4, 5, 8, high school A through G. So we're still kind of sticking to the path that we were on in 2019, but also, fully understanding the context that we're in and the urgent need, I think, to expand some of our work, which is partially why we're looking really more fully at at early grades literacy. Also why we created a magnet program and brought that back to the school district this past year. And also why we're looking at expanding our math equity work as well, from not just grades 4, 5, and 8, but also adding the high school component too. So our goal and our plan with our new staffing is really to make sure that we critically target those grades, those teachers, those students, that we case manage, we progress monitor, that we do a really good job of providing our tier 1 support, which for us is really the professional development, and then also the case management, and then our tier 2 support, which is the coaching. And we're looking to partner with some of our other folks in the district to kind of help us provide additional supports to teachers who need some additional coaching.
Right, and the thing is that I know that you've put in one of the slides on page 26, or one of the pages, I'm not sure, it seems like it was out of order, with the additional equity support, which comes out to 1.5. Now, realistically looking, and I know you've been in the department for since 2019, I think we have to really be honest with, is it really working? And if there's other ways, maybe there's extra funding that you see that we may need to really be specific and targeted. And I know that this may be pushing it a little bit, but if our school's not doing it, then let's hire outside tutoring agencies. And I'm referring to back several years ago when my children, there was the school sites, and I keep forgetting the name, it was SES, and we were able to get this, of course, was at the state level, received grants for funding so I can send my kids to Sylvan. I know I'm getting like a promotion, but my son, who was 2 grades below reading level, was able to increase. And so at the end of the day, we need to make sure our students are increasing by all means necessary. I mean, my point of view. So if we have to, at the end of the day, if we're looking at we're not increasing these high percentage points, then let's look at maybe some effective programs that are actually doing it, and start supporting through other means. But I guess the whole point, I'm not saying we have to do that, I'm just saying let's think more, let's think outside of how we can support our students, even if it's not necessarily through our programs until we get there. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just want to make sure that by next year we see these gains. And I don't want to have superficial gains either. I want to see real gains that the students are learning. So like I said, whatever, if we need to add additional funds to make sure that happens, in areas that we know will be successful, not just to add money, but looking at areas that we know could be very successful in having students increase authentically as well. And I know I had another question, but I'll get reminded of it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Yes, thank you. And so just my questions are kind of within that same line. People, I think that what we've determined over the last year, we were told this, and now we see that it is people, right? I'm listening to you give your presentation, and if my memory was like it used to be, I could name the few people that you said is doing this work, right? And I don't see how. You know, it's such a big lift. And I keep saying, you know, when we do talk about monies, then that is a justifiable reason to explain to people that we're not just hiring just to hire. We're not hiring that ultimately we won't need someone. We can't have the same argument. We need it now. And if we have funding to apply to the work that you need to get done, for example, you're talking about the brain-based approach and all of these individuals, the knowledge that you all are working with in your department has to get to the people that needs to deliver it in the classroom. So then the question becomes, is that, and I don't even know if you all are going to be courageous enough to answer this question, but with the efforts that you've had and taking this out there to those that have to do it, that will also are busy and all those things that are happening, is it really working? Because it sounds good. It always does. Nothing against you all, but in the realistic approach of where we are now with the funding and you know, the money that we have to support, really, are you able to do what you're telling us? And Ms. Rosales Medina just said it. You know, really, next year, I want to put this on my calendar, right, and come. Not anything against you all, but to say, were we able to really do it by just saying we wanted to do it? Or did we really put in the necessary tools for you to be able to get it done? Your department has how many people?
7.
7. And you gave me like, I don't know, a 15, 20, 30 person presentation because it's a big district. It's a very big district. And when I hear you say, you know, we have to get it out to everyone. That's probably this year so many, next year so many. You know, I'm sure there's a faster way to do it, and that all I'm saying is people that we really need to make this happen, because somewhere in there, when you get to a campus, right? I know it now on both sides from hearing it on both sides. People generally don't not want to do this work. They just can't get to it. They don't have the manpower or the ability to do what we need to really do that is now an emergency. So it is my hopes that when we talk about, you know, $80 million, $209 million, that's a lot of money. That some of that we have to realize will be people power. People are needed in order to help other people. People are needed to help our students. You can't all individually do it alone. You're creating it, but then you need soldiers to go out there and make it happen. And I'm afraid sometimes that we don't see that. We talk about getting it done, but we don't necessarily talk about how to really get it done, how to implement all of this work that you're talking about just for one body of students. This is one body of students we're talking about right now. We're not even talking about this big giant district. We're just talking about one body of students.
I just, of course, wanted to address Dr. Dowdy Rogers, what you're saying, and I just wanted to be clear to the board, to our audience, to everybody. This isn't Will's work. This is all of our work. And so Will is a part of us now, again, in Ed Services. Dr. Greer, I'm sorry. His team is now a part of us in Ed Services. We're not going to leave him alone. We've got his back. We've got his team's back. So when you say you have 7 people, no. You have all of Ed Services, all of Student Services, Dr. Rodriguez's people. Marlene will talk to you in just a minute, and all the other people that are out there knocking on doors and getting our kids. So I just want to be really clear that not only are we expanding his department, but we've got him too. It's all of our work. We've all made a commitment. Cabinet has been fantastic.
And let me
all
say,
of us.
I love exactly what you're saying,
Yeah.
but you're all busy. is what I'm saying.
That this is
So
the
you're-
most important.
You're supporting, and you're supporting him while he supports that work. But we have funding that can add more people to get this lift going. It's a lot to get done.
Absolutely.
And
So
I'm
when
not
we bring
saying
that to you,
You know, we're
we'll
supporting,
be-
we get it.
we'll be
We're
glad to get your support.
We are a supportive district. I get that. But too often, we just don't call it what it is. It's nothing against if we need additional people. The cabinet is busy, and I know that. And you're also busy designing and supporting. Everybody's supporting. But we've heard it for the past couple of years that people are a lot on top of the support that you generally give. It's a lot, and you can only do so much as all of your individuals. And so I'm saying we have to attack this differently. I don't think you weren't not supporting 8 years ago or in 2019 when it still was low. So what can we do differently while we have an opportunity to do it differently? And I can only imagine, I hear it all the time, we have 3,000 teachers you have to get to. And then the administrators, and the administrators have to get to them. So just, again, if it's needed, as it was said, I looked at this and I saw a little, I'm used to looking at big numbers. I saw 1.5 million. That used to sound big. That's not a big number to do the work that needs to be done. It's just not the amount of funding that we have.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
Thank you very much. This is a good beginning of supports for what you're going to do in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and additionally. And I'm really fascinated by Sankofa, and I think we have to put more money in to look to see where the curriculum is. I'm a curriculum person. That's my expertise, and one of my expertise. And so we have to invest more money to find all the material, all the curriculum that exists out there so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I know there are different places where we can go. Dr. Funches and I have been talking to Sharif Miki out of Philadelphia, and they have developed robust African American curriculum, Black Studies curriculum, and right, Dr. Funches? Yeah, and we're in contact with them, and so they're willing to share, and I'm sure they know other people, and so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We may need additional money, and like Dr. Rogers says, 1.5 is a drop in the bucket. I mean, it doesn't seem, it doesn't seem like it is, but it is when we're talking about, expanding programs and investing and so forth with our kids and targeting. But this is a good start. This is a very, very good start of the different aspects of it. And, it is people that make a difference. It is those relationships that make a difference to our kids. Alice Miller is a social psychologist. I've read just about all of her books. And she said, every kid only needs one witness, and a person that cares for them, that will help them, through the rough and ready, and who says, those people are crazy, you're not, I'm here to help you, I'm here to support you. And school is one of the havens that we have, and like I said earlier, about our wisdom from our Indigenous brothers and sisters, it is, being there, being present on a steady state for our kids. And a great teacher inspires. A great teacher cares and loves. And we also have to give that love to our families to show that we care and that we're moving forward, and that all our kids matter. So I thank you for your presentation, and I encourage you and us to look for more resources in terms of curriculum. Yeah. Thank you.
If I can make a quick point, just a point of clarification, the 1.5 million, I think the ETSA annual allotment is about 750,000. So it was doubled. Categorical really helped us find some additional dollars, and so that got doubled to about 1.5. The 1.5 that you see there, it was essentially doubled again. So our budget now is about 4 times more, or 4 times the size of what it typically is. And so all of those additional funds have been provided this year to really sort of help us put a plan in place that can kind of get us to where we want to go. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not just the 1.5, but that's a doubling of the budget that was doubled a few months ago, closer towards the start of the year.
And thank you for that. I think we all had agreed from the start, even back when it was 750, it always was too low. You know, so we have not really we've created, okay, add a little bit here, add a little bit there, but that's still low compared across the board, okay? But thank you. My last question I did want to ask is, how much of some of the work, and I don't know if Ms. Applegate maybe can answer this question, that you're implementing new strategy, the brain-based approach, different things, how much of that is volunteer, or is this a mandate across our district?
Right now, as you know, we need to work with our union partners a little more. We don't mandate professional development, so it has been voluntary, but we highly encourage those schools who have our highest African-American populations to participate.
And
So
so-
we are constantly
Yeah.
calling and coming after them, but that is something that we haven't done for some time,
And
is
so
mandate PD.
I think I heard you say you are working with the unions. I mean, that's just the layer of the land that, the reason why I was always in the private sector. But the question then is, do we have percentages or things that we could look at or follow up and determine when the case is involuntary action towards, what are those results? Because, you know, I understand what you just said, but then what is our solution kind of to that? And I hope there's a high percentage of buy-in. I don't know if you can share, or you guys even have those numbers, but maybe the next time we need to know, and then we need to know how we can, you know, advocate towards it. Because if it's not, if 30% is, then this is why the numbers are how they are. So,
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ceballos has been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Again, you know, this has been a great conversation, and just hearing everything that has been shared. Thank you, Dr. Greer, for your presentation as well. I have a question that just kind of came up as I'm listening to the discussion, and I want to ask, maybe Ms. Applegate, you can help answer. Do we still have our clusters and our cluster leads?
Yes, Ms. Ceballos, we
and
do.
And I ask that because I think in hearing the conversation about, hey, we've been doing this over and over, you know, year after year after year, and, you know, we kind of keep coming back. One of the things that I really liked about the plan that was coming before us, you know, as I had recently gone, you know, on the board, was like this alignment, right? And kind of like restructuring of how we provide services. And it also kind of goes along my comments earlier around desegregating the data to really hone in. It's not rocket science. It's just a lot of work. And it's work that requires a lot of monitoring, right? Accountability. And I get nervous when I say and I use the word accountability, because I feel like people have a negative connotation to accountability. When I say accountability, I don't mean let's catch people doing the wrong thing and let's get rid of them. That's not what I mean by accountability. I mean is, let's make sure that people know what they're supposed to be doing. And then as managers and leaders, let's monitor that that's getting done indeed. And if it's not getting done indeed, then we ask, why not, right? And then if it's a matter of providing support, then we provide that support. You know, going back to the way we look at our student achievement as well. Is it a can't versus a won't? Is it a skill that they're lacking, or is it that they're just not motivated? And if they're not motivated, then you know, I don't know. I don't know what some of these issues are. I don't know if it's a won't versus a can't. And so for me, I would like to see more focused, right, approaches, really just honing in, tightening up, so that there is no doubt in people's minds of what it is essentially that they're being asked to do. That we know, you know, I work in education as well. And sometimes it's true, we wear so many different hats that we have the tendency to lose focus. And let's be honest, sometimes it's hard. The accountability piece is hard. And you have to have, as an individual, you know, a lot of different things to be able to, you know, really push yourself. But sometimes if you're not getting the right supports, and sometimes we may not know how to ask as employees. Sometimes we may not know how to ask what we need, because you just don't know what you don't know, right? Especially with new teachers that are coming on, or whatever the case may be. So for me, really, I would like for us to focus more on outcomes rather than outputs, right? For there to be a clear outline on what we're looking for, that we're able to break it down, and we have to be able to break it down into clusters and give people oversight of smaller groups of school of school groups, or, you know, personnel, or whatever it is. And that may very well mean hiring more people, and maybe at that management level. And I know that sometimes, you know, when we hire more managers or managerial positions, that's also another instance where people, you know, get a little bit, you know, maybe unhappy. Why are we hiring more managers? Because we need people to be able to oversee the work. We need people to be able to monitor that whatever it is that we're trying to do gets done. And so, you know, there's just not a lot of clarity for me at this point. And I think the intentions are there, but I think that we need to really tighten up a little bit. And it becomes a lot more difficult when we don't have like a superintendent. You know, you guys, cabinet, have been doing a wonderful job. You know, you've stepped up to the plate, but you have your jobs that you do already. And it's a lot of work. So again, you know, it's really unfortunate that we're in the situation that we're at, especially after the pandemic, but this is essentially the results, right? We continue to see it. And so I would like to see a little bit more of that, and really a plan to be able to narrow down and hone in and really ask us what it is that you need to be able to get that work done.
Thank you, and I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
bringing up the cluster model, because we are adhering to the cluster model. So we have 7 cluster leads. They're here in the audience. They are there at the forefront. Our focus as a district, and it should be perfectly clear, and we're very pleased as we go out to the school sites that we are seeing it. So we're seeing it come to life, is the multi-tiered system of support. Number 1. We have identified what is tier 1 for all of our students with language arts, math, SEL, mental and behavioral health, tier 1, what everybody gets. And then we've done the interventions and the extra supports in tier 2, and then the very specific one-on-ones, wraparound services, outside agencies, additional tutoring. So in our district, the principals, our teachers, I'm hoping that they are listening, because I know I've been hearing from them and I'm very proud of them. Our focus is the multi-tiered system of support, and we are still working in clusters, and the cluster leads that are here, that's exactly what they do. When they meet, I meet with them every week. We plan around the multi-tiered system of support. Their job is to coach principals and say, how are you doing with your learning center? Are you able to implement it? What do you need? Do you need money? Do you need people? I've come to Mr. Sullins many, many times for more money, because they need people to run their learning centers. Ms. Coker with her guest teachers. If they can't have a learning center because they don't have a room or they might not have the personnel, they do a push-in model for like our K through second grade students. Early literacy, those little ones don't need to be walking out of the classroom to go to a learning center. We bring people in and we divide them in smaller groups and they tackle reading big time hard. They tackle reading and math. So we have very clear systems. It's just, you're right, we're a huge organization. So sometimes it's hard to wrap your mind around that, but we are laser focused with the help of my other divisions here so that we are making sure that we're addressing those gaps. And then as far as what you're talking about data, we did provide for you some metrics, some cutoffs and metrics on what we wanted to do with CASP and NWEA. We'll go ahead and provide them to you again because we did have percentages that we were looking for next year. But I'll have Dr. Cleveland here provide that again for you in the Friday update, what the cutoff metrics were for next year. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think we still have
Alrighty,
more
and I just want to remind us, we have one more section left after this still, okay? So if
I
we can be
know.
succinct in our questions. Ms.
I know.
Rosales Medina?
And so the thing is that, we really don't get much time. I know it's already late, but for me, even being late, I want to still, I still am listening to what everybody's saying. And this is a really important subject. So for me, Ms. Applegate, thank you so much for speaking on the many great things we're going to be doing. So then here's my question to the whole staff and the whole department. What are your goals? So by next year, when is the next report coming out? Is it this same time in November and next year we're going to get the report for the CASP?
No, we are hopeful that these numbers for CASP will be rolled out in late July, early August, which
July.
is what the timelines used to be.
Okay. So with that said, and all the great things we're already implementing with the school district as was presented, so then what does the goals look like? Are we going to increase 2%? Are we going to increase 3%? Because I'm sure all of you are really confident with the programs that we currently have in place. My whole point is, and I don't know why I keep mentioning outside agencies, because right now, how much are we spending with, we're contracting different local sites that are going to the schools in the millions of dollars already to help support with after-school programs, to support with tutoring, to support with the CAPS program. And that's going to be doing enrichment and all of this. And I'm talking about millions and millions of dollars. So in my case, I already know what's working. Outside agencies that are increasing to great levels in reading as well as math. So, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm really looking at all the money we're spending with outside agencies. Why not look at something that's at least going to bring the scores, and not even scores, the academics up? And really looking at that, because when we hear presentations and this is amazing. So that means I want to see attached goal sets, because that does with what Ms. Ceballos mentioned, accountability. But not in a negative way, but it's more of making sure that what we say, what we present, is actually going to happen. And so, and I know this is a lot of work. Do we need extra supports? Is there extra areas that we need to help with staffing? I know right now you see many spaces that are empty within the district positions, within the district departments that are needing to be filled. And so if that's an area that we need to start doing, that's also our accountability as board members, because we haven't passed and we haven't supported. Is that something that it's on me too? Because then I have to hold myself accountable that why didn't we hire these extra positions? That could have helped. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that moving forward, we are also doing what's necessary to increase, so that by in July, when we do get the updated reports, we're going to see at least a 1% increase in all of these levels, and definitely no decreases. So anyway, so that's my whole point. Oh, and then by the way, the Pacific Islanders, I'm so glad that we do have her on the position, because I know she was, I forgot her name right now, Bashir, Miss Bashir?
Fran Blacksher.
Blacksher, I don't know why I said Bashir, but yeah, Blacksher. And she's amazing, and so that's a group that's also needed. And I would like to find out, are we one of the few that have those within our within school districts? There may not be many Pacific Islander equity positions that's going to help our students, and so that's a big thing. And I do want to commend our district with looking at increasing positions that are helping many of our students.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and I will invite you all to the PI planning group tomorrow at 5:30 evening. We have a Zoom meeting, so 5:30 tomorrow evening. Zoom. Yes, we do. So I'd love to have you there. All right, Dr. Flores.
Yes. Right. I'm really fascinated by the brain-based approach to African American student achievement. Dr. Greer, could you send me the research link or where I can read more about it? I'm sure there's more than just one research, right, related to it. I would appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. All right. Let's move on to the next section. I think it's Dr. Bikendova, and she has a few slides there. If we could let her finish and then ask questions after, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Greer.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Cleveland shared earlier, chronic absenteeism is nationally 2 times what it was prior to COVID. And so I just want to keep that in mind. So there is some of the data we're going to show you of what happened last year is definitely reflective of that. However, there is going to be some good news that I'll share in terms of how we're doing so far this school year. So looking forward to that. In the meantime, just want to remind everyone that chronic absenteeism is when a student is missing 10% or more of the school year. So for an example, at 100 days of school, which usually happens for us in January, if a student's missing 10 days or more, they are considered chronically absent. Now keep in mind that there are 180 school days out of the school year. So if a kid is absent 18 days or more, they are permanently chronically absent for the year. We can no longer recoup them out of that chronic absenteeism bubble or number. So let's take a look at how our numbers looked last year in comparison to how they looked before the pandemic, which was 2018-19. As you can see, the gray bar is 2018-19, and then blue is the current. I'll give you a few moments to look at that. And as you can see, we are definitely not close to pre-pandemic numbers, but you will see in a few slides that we are definitely headed in the right direction. Here is the data by ethnicity and race, again comparing pre-pandemic numbers to last school year. And here is the good news. So far this year, we are absolutely trending in a much better direction. So we have a lot less chronic absenteeism. Yes, we are still going to anticipate having challenges, especially with this flu season and virus season that has really started during the month of November. But as you can see, there's a lot of differences between the two numbers. So this represents how we did up to October of last school year versus how we are doing this October of this school year. And you can see both K-8 and K-12 results. So I did also want to note that there's going to be more details in your Friday update to look at all the different student groups. But very notably, I did want to celebrate that African American students for the K-8 data has decreased in chronic absenteeism by 18.6. That's a huge difference, so we're very excited to see that move in change in the African American student chronic absenteeism data. Now we want to talk about next steps. So I will share that we know we're trending better, but when the summer hit, we knew we could not wait to see our data, so we began this work in July. We did a huge amount of staff development for sites, and something we learned from a few of our neighboring districts and also from Marysville up north. We got this idea to really stop and look at our systems. Something we learned is that during distance learning, we got a lot of new staff in terms of the attendance teams. Also, we got a lot of new administrators. So we were realizing at the end of last year that we weren't on the same page with attendance, and we really needed to do a reset. So what we did was we looked at the 3 tiers of attendance, and we helped sites kind of reset what they were doing and added some additional things that we were not doing before. So within the MTSS system, we really just wanted to strengthen and clean up our tiers system. So here's some of the things amongst a whole lot of things we do for attendance. These are some of the highlights, I would say, and some of the things that are new. So in terms of Tier 1 for school sites, we really ask them to go back to looking at their climate and culture, working with their teams, and really making school a welcoming place. We know that when kids are happy to be there, their attendance improves. So we really worked with sites on re-establishing their celebrations, competition, student engagement, all the things we kind of lost during that year of distance learning. When we returned, it seemed like we were having a hard time getting back on track with our school culture. So that's what we kind of worked on with our sites this year. One of the big things we did as well is we had them reestablish their attendance teams and make sure that each attendance team does have a system of phone calls and home visits. So what we mean by this is at any given school in the morning, we should know, okay, by 9 o'clock, we know we have, let's say, for example, 30 students are out. We know 10 of those students, we know what's going on with them. They have, illnesses. Okay, so out of the other 20, how does the office staff immediately respond to those absences? So what we ask them to do is make sure they have a system. So what one of the school sites or many school sites are now doing is they have the office team get the list of the rest of the 20 kids. They start making phone calls. What's going on? Why is this kid absent? And when the kids are not, when they're not responding, then they get together and say, okay, which of these kids needs a home visit so that we can go support the family, provide resources, and get them back at school. So each site has developed their own system of phone calls and home visits, and we've worked on that this year. And then a new thing we did was the attendance staff weekly check-in. It's such a simple idea, but something that we very much needed. We teamed up with attendance accounting, got all the attendance staff, everyone that inputs data, does the phone calls. We have them on a weekly meeting on Monday mornings and Monday afternoons. They log in. They get about 15, 20 minutes of staff development right then and there, and then we do problem solving for another 15, 20 minutes. So sites immediately can get assistance with whatever is going on at the school site related to attendance, and all the experts are on with them at that time. It's just an immediate problem solving. It's been incredible to have those attendance staff with us on weekly and really helping us. Then we really have a pulse of what's going on out there as well. So it's been beneficial for them and for us. Now, at the Tier 2 level, what we are really asking school sites to do is to confirm and make sure that the attendance letters are being sent at days 3, 6, and 10. So at 3, 6, and 10 days of absences, and we know that chronic absenteeism, laws and rules require that we notify whether it's excused or unexcused. So we just want them to make sure. We said, hey, sites, at Tier 2 level, just make sure those letters are getting out. But also, we asked them to do something simple. We never just asked them to do before. Call and confirm your SART meetings. So traditionally, we send out a bunch of SART invitations. Typically, at a school, we'll get maybe 40%, maybe 50% of the parents showing up to that. Now, what we know about a SART meeting is that it's incredibly beneficial. Once a parent comes to SART meeting, the likelihood of them going to SARB drops dramatically. Now, one of the reasons for this is that our SART meeting is designed to remove barriers and to assist the student with any aversions and to help the parent with any myths going on. We solve those issues. We work as a team together and help them out. And so I can share with you that once a parent comes to SART meeting, which typically is about 13,000 students, the number of students that went to SARB last year out of 13,000 that went to SART, only 445 ended up going to SARB. So we know we need to improve the number of parents going to SART because we can stop the problem right then and there. So all we said was schools, call and confirm that. And we've been some of the elementary schools have reported they're getting up to 50% more attendance now at the SART meetings, which is outstanding. We love that kind of data. We really want to see them push on those SART meetings and help us out. Now, at the Tier 3 level, Tier 3 is a lot of mostly district-wide work. It's more the work we do in positive youth development. We run the SARB meetings. We do a lot of that work. So all we ask them to do at the Tier 3 level, all we need you to do is call and confirm SARB. And when SARB, if a parent doesn't show up to the SARB meeting, then please make sure that you do a phone call and help us reschedule that. Now, our SARB board, which is Student Attendance Review Board, is made up of a number of really amazing resources in our community. We have mental health people there. We have the Loma Linda Community Health Education workers there to help. We have sometimes people from IEHP there to assist us. We have our district attendance specialists, and then we also work with the Deputy DA, Henry Rosas. And again, the goal there is to really just have the resources in the room to assist parents with barriers and issues that they were having in terms of attendance. That's our big goal there. And something, we do a lot of things at the district level. One of them is monitoring attendance both monthly and daily. We, if there's something anomaly happening, we dig in with attendance accounting and find out what's going on. We start making phone calls. We jump to really find out what is happening if there's something going on with our data. So we look at both monthly and, of course, daily. Now, one of the other big things we did was we teamed up with our amazing communications department. So I want to thank Ginger Ontiveros and her amazing team. And we said, hey, we need a new fresh attendance campaign, and we want it built around this particular idea. So as you can see, our new attendance campaign is Missing School is Missing Out. And if you've driven down the 215 freeway, you may have seen that up on the billboards in different areas. I believe it's also showing up on social media and other places as well. So something around that same concept of missing school is missing out, we created FOMO events. So if you're familiar with that term FOMO, FOMO means fear of missing out. So what we've done is we've asked schools to create FOMO events. We said, hey, create fun, random events that happen on random days and tell kids, hey, you're here, therefore you got this amazing thing. So as an example, and to kick this off, for the month of September for Attendance Awareness Month, we picked 36 schools identified by their data, and we sponsored 3 FOMO events for them. And so what we did was we said, hey, here's this free ice cream party at lunchtime, and kids had music. There was all kinds of fun events that kids want to be at. So we had kids, hey, take a picture and send it to your friends that aren't here and tell them missing school is missing out. And we're also asking them to post that and hashtag it with SBCUSD FOMO. So we really want kids to show up and really want to be here with us. Schools have really taken off with this idea. There was a bubble dance party, so they had just bubbles, foam dance party. We've had all kinds of interesting FOMO events. So schools are having a lot of fun with that, and we're excited about that work. And with that, our amazing communications department also created a commercial, and the commercial has aired, I believe, on Spectrum and on our social media. And so we're going to show you that very quick commercial now.
When your child misses school, they're missing out on engaging lessons and rewards, field trips, career exploration experiences, developing friendships, and keeping up with class assignments. Encourage your child to attend school every day. Otherwise, they're missing out.
And thank you so much for allowing us to present on what's going on with chronic absenteeism. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bikendova, and we'll start with Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, it was right? Yeah, okay. So thank you for that. Actually, I love that idea with the FOMO. It really is something that students will fear of missing out, and I love the commercial. I think that if we can play that more often, if that's part of our marketing, funding, whatever we need, so that way we get the word out. I think that's great. Maybe in Spanish too. I'm sure we have one in Spanish as well, so that's great. I do want to ask with regards to how many tardies does it equivalent to an absentee?
It does not equate to a,
Okay.
that is a myth that's always been out there, the tardies.
So the reason why I'm asking is because I was one of those parents. I had 5 children, and I would receive these letters. And I would have to go to these special parent meetings because my children were always late. They weren't absent, but they were tardy. And they told us in the letter, that's why I kind of, within that myth, was told back in the day when, I'd say maybe about 10 years ago, or even 11, 12, that every so tardies would equivalent to an absence. So that, I mean, but it's good to clarify, because if you're saying that that's not true, that in this case, it's none of these are tardies whatsoever, 0.
Correct, those are just full day absences. Tardies, though, are addressed at the school site level, and they have a whole lot of systems, and we've been sharing best practices in terms of how do you keep tardies under control and how do you assist kids in getting better in that. Yes.
Well, I guess the question what I had here was, are we having conversations, and I'm sure we are, because we're doing home visits and so forth, really understanding why are they not going to school. And I remember many years ago, I was also part of those walks to the homes, and there was this high amount of students with special needs, and there was a lot of students that were saying they were being bullied. So how are we going to create these safe environments? And if they're in like I mentioned, you know, with many of them were in special ed. And do we have, I mean, are we looking at the data to where we're actually really analyzing why are they? Yes. And then how can we shift it and change? Is it because our schools are not providing that safe environment for them? Is it the schools that are not providing opportunities to learn? Or are they feeling, I don't know, I really don't know. So are you looking at that as well? I imagine you are.
Yes, in a variety of ways. One is panorama data really speaks to, do I feel safe at school? And am I bothered at school? Am I bullied at school? There's actual questions on school safety. So that's one of the indicators we use. The other one is the health education workers. Every time they work with a family, they have a survey and they keep track of data of why parents or students are absent. And it's a variety of reasons. And in particular, bullying, every time we do OSR, every school site is aware that if a kid is stating that they're getting bullied, we hand them the QR code. All right, let's help you fill this out right now. And the report goes directly to Positive Youth Development, and that launches the bullying intervention team system. So we are able to eliminate bullying across the district through our unique restorative interventions. But there's a solution. And so whenever we're told that, here you go, boom, we're going to help you. We're going to get an expert to your site to eliminate the bullying. We don't want that to be the reason you're not at school. And so we're able to get kids back in school through that process. But thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that you're doing something with that, because it was a concern back then. And with technology, I mean, you could do so many things, which is great in addressing that. So, yeah, so that was basically my question with regards to the more or less to the tardiness, but I'm glad you clarified that piece. And then finding those solutions for those students that are. I do want to acknowledge one little piece, though. I remember when I went walking, I went with this one person, and she would literally, you know, bang on the doors, and I kind of even started myself. And so, I mean, we have to also be mindful of, and I'm sure it's changed since then, how we even, when we go to the doors and interact, because I know you want to have them open the door, but we're not security. Does that make, you know, and so yes. We have to also be mindful. I was like, oh, geez, I got startled myself. And then how are they going to even want to open the doors? And they would, because they thought it was somebody else. But we also have to be mindful of how we're really connecting with folks at the door when we're going to see them.
Yes, and that is a big point. We actually train on that when we do Operation Student Recovery, and we train the teams that go out to give away food gift cards if it's needed. We give them every resource under the sun, and so we come kind of with, hey, we're the welcome wagon, and we want you back in school.
Okay, great, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Danny Rogers.
Thank you. And I too love FOMO. I actually seen the billboard on there, and I'm glad you explained it again tonight, because subliminally it was like, it's time out for missing school when I first thought about it. But the way you guys are campaigning it, it is, you're missing out, not it's out, time out for you missing, get back in school type thing.
You're not.
So that's a good thing. But I wanted to also, in reference to the letters, when you were talking about the letters, I think you were talking about in SARB, someone brought it to my attention about a week ago, and I said I would bring it up, and now's a good time to bring it up. COVID, people that are students absent because of COVID still seems to be some kind of concern that they're also getting the letters. So I know you didn't address that tonight, but is that part of?
Yes. So in our letters, which we did put a link for you to read them in the weekly board update for Friday. And the letters are very friendly. They're not punitive. There's no penalty in any way, shape, or form for letters 1, 2, and 3. And it's completely saying, hey, we noticed that your child was out. We do want good attendance. Let us know if there's anything you need. It's very much that approach. So although parents, we sent out 20,000 letters, and out of 20,000, we're always going to get a few parents not wanting the letter, right? They don't want to hear from us, especially if their kid had COVID. My kid had COVID, missed 4 days. I got my letter. So the school was doing their job. I got the letter because my kid had more than 3 days, even though it was COVID. So if a kid has a severe COVID issue, or even any real illness, we know there's childhood diseases or whatnot, the school is able to do that one case-by-case basis and suspend the letter for that particular family for a time, whatever they need to do. So we are able to be compassionate when need be, but we also do have to hold true to the laws and rules that say, hey, you have to send a letter whether it's excused or unexcused, because that's what chronic absenteeism is. So we don't really want to forego that, because we know the letter system works. So when we look at the data, the first letter that goes out is 20,000. Last year was 20,886. The second letter went down to 13,000. The third letter only went to 1,631 parents. And then finally, the SARB contract for the SARB meetings was only 445. So you see it just dramatically reduces. So if we don't do the letters, we know we're going to be in much worse shape. So we do try to make them as friendly, which you can see. And we just really want to support our family. So, even though parents feel like, oh, I got penalized. Well, you did get a letter when we were trying to reach out. I felt myself, I was like, darn it, I got that attendance letter. But it just goes to show that it also made me go, okay, I got to make sure for the rest of the year we're good. Unless she's really sick, we really want her there.
And that's exactly the punitive side is what they were all having a discussion about. Like, why are they penalizing us for it?
There's no penalization.
As long as it sounds like there's a system in place, and if they reach out also to their school site.
Yes.
And then lastly, I didn't hear anything also in this presentation about when you talk about chronic absenteeism, our students that come to school and are absent from certain class periods. What is in place around that? What are we doing about that?
Yeah, so the schools, and that happens with middle school and high school. So we've already engaged conversations with the high school principals at middle school. And everybody has a system of some sorts for that. And a lot of it was having to re-strengthen how they do passing periods. So teachers being at the door, which we sent out a memo in conjunction with SBTA saying, yeah, this is something you have to do to help us with those types of issues. Clearing the campus right when passing period's over. We have schools with new systems, hall pass, this electronic system to keep track of where your kids are, why are they out. So those are things that we're working, and at the PYD or the district level, we are also going in and supporting each individual school. So you have this system existing, what do you need us to do to come in and help make it better so that your data improves on period absences? Yes.
Thank you for that, because that also contributes also to the academic inequities that you see, because you're not going to math, or you're not going to this classroom or that class. So, and I think you said they all have something you said in place, but there's not one specific type of programming or, that each site is doing so that you can judge the data to see if
That
it's working?
That is getting better. Well, we now have a district report that was just recently recreated. So now we're able to look and see. So like, for example, one given day, we said, let's see how many period tardies are happening for this particular day. And we looked, and then we could see the schools with clear, like 50% less than everyone else. So we called those schools and said, okay, what are your best practices? So we made a couple of best practice videos, shared it with the other ones. Now we have two more of the high schools implementing some of those best practices from the other two schools. So we're really trying to help them share best practice and start implementing things that improve data.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Bikendova, for the report. It's good to see that the trend is going down, and that's a good sign. And my one clarification question is, what about the kids that have chronic asthma? I mean, what do we do? You know, they fall in line with the SARB, but I hope that we're not punishing the kids, or that the parents understand that, you know, what's the mechanism that we have in place?
We've been able to do a few things. Gratefully, we work alongside with Swiss, in which they use Hazel Health as a help. So if you have a kid with chronic asthma and they come up to the front office, we're able to connect them with a doctor on Hazel Health right then and there. We also promote the breath mobiles to help a student struggling with their attendance due to asthma improve. And we, I had another thought in my head.
We also help get them the albuterol and all of that.
So the school nurse does that work, yes. School nurses do that. So we do not penalize them, especially any kids with any kind of chronic diseases. We do not penalize them. So that when I log into a student, there'll be a red flag, and then they'll be red flagged as long as it's a reported, verifiable doctors reported on this issue. Then we can exclude them from getting letters and going to SARB. We don't SARB kids with, who maybe are struggling with cancer or things like that. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Ceballos? No? All right. Well, Ms. Applegate and team, thank you for a very
Yes, thank you, Board. That concludes
comprehensive,
our
detailed,
presentation,
yeah,
and
great presentation. I know
Thank you to
a lot
the
of
team,
questions.
and we hope that, we hope, we will be here next year with much better outcomes for our students. So I want to thank the team as well. Everybody's working very hard, and thank you for your support and for, believing in us. So
Thank you,
Good
everyone.
night.
Thank you.
No,
Appreciate
great
you.
job. Thank you so much. Yeah, that definitely deserves some claps. And let me clear my thing here and get back to our agenda.
All need to go to sleep.
I would say that for us as well. Thank you. No, just kidding. All right. 9.0 mandated policy revisions and mandated policy process. Let me look at these as we go through. 9.1. I don't know if we have anything on that to review.
Are we supposed to vote on these?
Okay. And then 9.2, revision to board policy 5125, student records. Let me see if we have any readout on that.
Have to read, be it resolved. Yeah.
All right, very good. I like that. That sounds perfect at this time. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts board policy 5125, student records.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second,
Sorry. I'll second.
I was pausing.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote on that one. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, motion carries. Let's move on to new board policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Rosales Medina, we're waiting on yours.
Sorry. And I do say this is an important board policy, honestly, because then it protects our students.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to 10.0, Board Policies, Bylaws, Discussion, First Reading. 10.1, Board Bylaw 9124, Attorney. Did we want to continue with this discussion with Vice President Tillman having to leave?
The first reading. We don't have to do anything unless we want changes.
Yeah, it's a first read. Is there any, are you asking us to discuss right now? Because, is there any clarification or anything that the board committee met on this? I see that it says the not without.
This, yeah.
Are we in there?
This is
Okay,
a
where am I
bylaw,
at?
not a BP, so.
Wait, which one are you on? Maybe I clicked to the new board policy? Oh, the attorney.
9124?
Yeah. Yes, that's the one I was referring to. So I was just kind of clarifying some of the language. Still, the policy committee vetted through all of this?
So, just point of clarification, this is a board bylaw, this does not.
Oh,
go
so
through
you
the
did
policy.
not? Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
this is.
So this is not the board policy.
We're actually
committee.
bringing this back from the
Gotcha.
September 6th
From
discussion.
our request.
Yes.
When we just kind of talked about it, but I do see that. It
I
looks
did
like-
notice they did utilize the green for us as
Yes,
well.
I
Thank
saw
you
that.
for doing that.
And it's.
Point of order, do we need to vote on this, or do we bring it back for a second reading?
The first reading.
Mr. Sullins?
So this would come back for a second reading? Yes, yeah. Yeah, you'll vote on it to bring it back for the second reading.
We vote on it to bring it
Are we
back?
discussing?
That's what I was trying to ask Dr. Wyatt, are we it's a first reading, so are we can discuss and maybe have.
And then
it's
vote to
coming
bring it back for a
again.
second read, yes.
It's a discussion and action item, so you can discuss it and then elect to bring it back for a second reading.
We can still discuss it in the second reading as well.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Were there any concerns with, some of the changes, amendments that were made? And for clarification, the red again, is that required language, and then the green is suggested language? I know it's getting a little late.
I
but
can
just-
clarify that. The
Thank you.
red is CSBA's language, their sample language that I referred to. And the green is what you guys suggested at September 6th. If I got it worded right, that's what was suggested.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And I do see that, your little footnotes there. I just saw it, darn it. So, but thank you for clarifying. I'll know where to look next time. All right. Any other questions, concerns on this as we are looking at it?
I got a question.
Ms. Ceballos?
Do we have, so on here, like, you said bylaw, do we have a board policy? Or is it just a bylaw?
This is a board bylaw.
Bylaw, yeah.
So different than a policy, this is the bylaws that govern the work of the board.
Right, so I'm asking, do we have a board policy that addresses attorney?
No, we
Something
don't.
similar, would there be a need?
No, there's no board policy because this is specific to the board and the use of attorneys. So that's why it's a bylaw, because this governs the work of the board.
Got it, if it was the work of the district, it'd be a policy.
That is correct.
Okay, and then I don't remember I don't remember some of the red on here as being part of the original CSBA sample policy, and maybe my memory is failing me. But for example, the board as a whole was crossed out. That's something that our original bylaw had, correct? So now we're getting rid of that specific language and we're adding, let's see, in order to meet county, and it's also adding in order to meet the district's legal needs, the board may contract with county counsel, attorneys in private practice, or appoint legal counsel as a district employee or independent contractor. So you're saying that that specific language right there is in CSBA's sample policy?
Good.
That's correct.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's still I'm remembering this, and one of the issues that I had with it was the discrepancy between individual board members being able to contact attorneys opposed to the board as a whole. So, I mean, that's still an issue with me.
And that's also
think
down
that's-
in the
that's-
green. The green, I believe, is our input, which I don't agree with either. I still trying to understand why so many of us would be calling, or, you know, just clarification on it. So we have a designee, the board president, you know, would be corresponding, but the change is it's at the end. The green is our input.
I think that was so that there would be transparency. I think if I remember correctly, that if anybody were to contact,
Right.
at least the rest of us would at least be notified versus not. Which I think I would agree with it if we're gonna move forward with individual board members being able to contact legal counsel, then yes, I would like to keep the green. Because I would still like to be informed of when and, you know, for what purposes. But yeah, I guess for me, it's just that, again, that first portion, you know, really making that distinction of, you know, the governing board, meaning I would like there to be more specific language that maybe CSBA didn't provide us, but more specific language on governing board, meaning individual board members, or are we saying governing board, board as a whole? I think that specific language, it's kind of vague.
Because and also, President Wyatt, it has to define, like, what do? You call all the board members and say, I'm going to call legal. You
That's a
still
Brown
got
Act violation.
you still have to come together at some point in time and have a discussion together with the entire board, because who would do the
Right,
corresponding?
and to notify the board of their intent to do so, I would imagine it would have to go through Karen, because we can't contact each other, because then it would be, I believe, what's that called, a serial meeting and a violation of Brown Act. So I think we have to further clarify that and who and how, and then any advice or opinion given to an individual board member must be provided to all board members, and again, you know, when. Right, so I think we do need a little bit more work on that there. And was this with the BP subcommittee? Okay, this is just through us? Oh, okay. Yeah, and so that would be my recommendation. We need a little bit more clarity there on, you know, how we notify the rest of the board and through who. And then, again, any advice or opinion given to individual board member must be provided to all board members. I would even go to as far as to say in writing, something along those lines, so there is true transparency and clarity on what was discussed, and also the information that was provided to the board member. Not sure if we were able to capture that, but Oh, okay.
If you capture that, just acknowledge who's
Right.
noting that, so maybe in different colors, so that way, when it is presented at the next second reading, we see those differences. Yeah, and for me, I would suggest on the retaining legal counsel, I think it's the first paragraph where it says the board may, they cross out may, and they put in can. I do like the explanation on the bottom, but since it is more formal, since I'm kind of used to the word may, means can, I think you even kind of explained may versus can. Both may and can are used to indicate that is allowed, but may is more formal. So I would suggest keeping it as may. Yeah, other than that, I'm actually okay with the language that's on here. That's why I want to suggest adding the extra changes in different colors, so that way at the next second reading, we'll be able to note that, if that's the case.
Also, sorry, on the paragraph, the board may also contract for temporary specialized legal services when a majority of the board determines that the unique demands of a particular issue or emergency situation so requires. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking. I thought it was kind of vague, but I guess we don't want to like narrow it down too much either. So never mind.
All right, Ms. Rosales-Medina, I see your light is on.
Already spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't turn it off then,
That's
my
all right,
apologies.
you're fine.
All right, any other discussion or comments or recommendations? If there are none, then I would recommend a motion to move forward with the recommended suggestions.
So move.
Thank you.
I don't know if we don't need to do that? Do we need to do that? Yeah,
I
do.
heard we still need to take
Okay,
action, yes.
okay. Yeah, I would motion.
So it's been moved by Dr. Rogers, and then I would say second by Ms. Rosales-Medina, correct?
Yes.
Any further discussion? All righty, let's go ahead and vote then. Ms. Ceballos?
First reading.
Ms. Ceballos? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know if you responded or not.
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, motion carries. We will move on to 11.0, reports and comments. 11.1, board members. And it looks like we will start with Ms. Rosales-Medina, go to Dr. Flores. Mr. Tillman has been excused, Ms. Ceballos, Dr. Rogers, and then me. So, Ms. Rosales-Medina.
I'll just be really quick. Honestly, I am so happy and I'm so proud of our youth. I know they reference them, the Generation Z, as well as our millennials. The fact that they came out to vote in higher numbers than before. So I just want to say thank you for exercising your right. I'm just so in awe with our youth, and looking forward to many of their leadership as they move and get older and push for equity at the local level as well as the state and national level. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. I have about 4 comments. I want to thank Ed Services for their presentation. It was very comprehensive, and I appreciated their detailed plans to go forward. Just wanted to let them know. I mean, we said it already, but I just wanted to reiterate it. Mr. Sullins, I'm going to make this public. 2 teachers from Belvedere have contacted me continuously, and I know you're working on the Building B There is mold in there. One of the teachers separately had someone go in and test it, and there is mold. And so in B4, the teacher in B6 had to go to emergency last Friday because, and you did go and have somebody go check it, but she had to go to emergency and had to stay there. She couldn't breathe, very allergic to mold. So there's something wrong. And I know that you're providing the service, but we have to be more diligent. I don't know if the industrial, what is it called? The industrial
Hygienist.
Hygienist has been there or not. I hope that we do get somebody out there. But it's you know, and also parents say that some of their kids are having problems as well. So not just the teachers. So we have to really be more diligent and more thorough. And that's a facilities concern. And I really want us to make sure that we dive deep. And I know you've been doing it, but why are they still getting sick, right? That's the big question. I went to La Cosecha conference in Santa Fe and presented 3 times. I was very proud to represent us. We had a session, actually a keynote session, and it was on effective practices for EL and bilingual students, encountering the science of reading narrative that's one size fits all. And so we spoke to over 2,000 people at the conference on Saturday, and then in the afternoon as well. And then Saturday, I presented with Dr. Susana Ibarra Johnson and one of her graduate students, teachers, on translanguaging and beginning literacy and K through 2. So I was really proud. And you know, it's Saturday, the last day of the conference, at 9:10, there were 100 people. I was shocked. Yeah. So it was good, yeah. And it snowed. So I hadn't seen snow in a long time, and I loved walking through it. I enjoyed that. It was cold though. And then I joined the CTE Ed Partner meeting this past week that Laura Smith ran. It was so exciting to learn. You were there too, Dr. Wyatt, for a while at the CTE general meeting, annual meeting. It was just phenomenal board to learn about all our pathways that we have and all the different achievements that we have accomplished. I really, it's because of us, board, because we supported it and the growth of it and invested, and it made me really proud to hear. I can't even begin to tell you all of the things that they said. It was just phenomenal. And then lastly, I wanted to share this book, Disrupting Disruption, The Steady Work of Transforming Schools. Lead author is David Kerp out of UC Berkeley, Marjorie Wexler, Madeline Gardner, and Titalau Tinabu Ali. And what Mrs. Applegate described today and her team is exactly what these 3 districts are reporting in terms of how they move the dial to grow to success. And Mrs. Applegate, I gave you this book, and I think that, and Dr. Wyatt, you also went to a session and you know this book as well, right? And do you have the book?
No, but a similar read.
You're gonna, oh, you can have this one. I have 2 more at home. But anyway, it is so, when I was reading it and you were presenting, I go, oh, yay. this is what you're going to do, and the accountability. I know you're going to mark all of what people are being accountable, especially with the NWEA formative tests that we're giving and so forth. But I just wanted to share that with everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos?
I don't have much comments. I just want to mention that I was over at, I'm sorry, I'm really tired now. I was over at the event that ICUC had this past Sunday, their gala. Very, very nice event. I was very pleased to be there, and just, it was my first time going to one of their events like that. So very nice, recognizing the partners in the community and, parents as well as their student advocates that work with ICUC. So, just overall, I really, really enjoyed being there. And that's pretty much it. Not a whole lot much than that. I know it's late, so I'll end my time.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Great comments. Okay. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
I'm going to have to take probably some of her comments. But I first want to say I had an opportunity to go over to Cesar Chavez, and they had a career day. And in the process of the career day, the students told me about water filters. And they said that the water filters that we have right now are just not clean. There's like a lot of standing water. And they even admitted that sometimes they're putting food in there as well. But they did come up with a solution that perhaps if those water filters were inside versus outside, because they said the water is hot and icky. So, you might want to make note of that. Then also I want to share with you all a number. It's 707-873-7862. It is if you call the number, you get kindergartens on the phone encouraging you that if you are sad, if you are angry, they give you a pep talk, a quick little pep talk. So again, that number is 707-873-7862. It's the cutest thing ever. And they'll just tell you like, hey, if you're mad, go get a cookie and go and walk around the room. But it's a cute little thing. I am also excited to announce preemptively, I am the board member-elect for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Area D, which will cover Rialto, San Bernardino, and Snow Line District. I want to say since first being appointed in September 2015 and later elected in December 2015 and again in 2020, I took an important oath of allegiance that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter, and will do so again for the fourth time, which would include when I became a commissioner for First 5 San Bernardino. I do not take this oath lightly, and I want to say that the community has given me the opportunity to give back to a district where I began my education from Roosevelt to Airview to San Bernardino High School. And as a board member, I believe we truly get a chance to answer the question that many of us have heard in interviews, which is, tell us about a time that you had to make a decision that was considered unpopular. As a board member, I experienced those times, especially leading as the board president during one of the most critical times in the nation. But my mentor, Dr. Hill, said always just do what is right, which is what I've done as a member of the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education. And then there were some of the right things that I know that I am proud to own, and I would just like to just reflect on some of those things. Coming to the Board of Education, being able, on behalf of the student, parents, and community, to support a parent engagement strategic plan and a district dashboard with community transparency in order to see on the website how we're doing. Eliminating trespassing citations to engage struggling parents rather than put them out of our school district. Counseling strategic plan to support our counselors. Summer pool access as well, coding for all, and synergy for students. Safe Route Mobs, working with our wonderful San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department, African American Student Initiative to progress monitor the things that we talked about tonight. Diversity staff training, working with Dr. Funches and Pryor. Mental health supports and partnerships with DBH through which I work. Pathways, supporting pathways for equitable transparency for all students to be involved, not just our higher achieving. Drive-through graduations. The first Black Student and Family Community Summit at San Gorgonio High School. Supporting the further expansion of Gulf One to have transportation. And again, always reminding everyone that San Bernardino High School represents the name of our city, and to make sure that when our lights or any of our boards are out on the school site, that we should be looking at those, because that is a signature mark for our school. Looking at the fact that it was important to have mental health pathways, of which we have one at Cajon High School. Grading practices, again, always pushing and making sure that we eliminate that zero that was setting students back. The DNF report quarterly to make sure that we were monitoring, just as we do our students, our own progress. Again, making sure that the TIP policy that was created some time ago had the necessary budget. Also removing promotion with consideration for elementary students so that they had also access to GATE. And also looking at middle college, high school, and Richardson Preps policy to make sure it was equitable and inclusion was included as well. A racism policy during a very critical time, which we experienced. Also, making sure that we address the fact that we must monitor our budget and have a reserve that is reflective of that as well. Looking at the fact that it's important for civic engagement for our youth to get involved, and therefore pushing to make sure that we put on our website information and education for our students to early vote. Resolutions around diabetes from students that shared that they had struggled with diabetes while in school. Racism resolution and a Juneteenth resolution that was also followed by speaking with Pete Aguilar to make sure that his vote would push to have it what is now a national holiday. Making sure that when there were opportunities, which was AB 2635 and again AB 2774, that when there was funding for our African American students, that I was making sure I was at the forefront of that. And again, milestones that took place during the pandemic, to be able to be the board president during a very critical time, but yet be courageous enough to hire our first African American superintendent, followed by a diversity, equity, and innovation assistant superintendent. So as I leave, I hope that we will continue on the next top things, such as financial literacy, game designing pathways, entrepreneurial pathway through Cal State collaboration, biliteracy for all with sign language included, dual enrollment at all high schools, and of course, my middle school gyms. I look forward to that. And so as I close, I want to let you all know that I appreciate everything that you have done for me. It is a bittersweet moment, but as I continue to serve as a member of the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education until I take my oath and I am certified, I want you to know that I appreciate everything that you all have done for me. And lastly, Ms. Ceballos, I look forward to making sure that the parents and students will now engage in coffee and conversation with our city and our county education champions. So I close with those cherished words that you've heard me say many, many times. Once a Cardinal, always a Cardinal. Thank you to the district cabinet and every staff member that makes up this great district. God bless you all.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and I know I just realized actually somebody let me know this is going to be your last meeting, and I was like, you're getting sworn in, I guess, the 12th.
I would be sworn in on the 12th, which is the day before your next
for our
meeting.
next meeting,
Yes.
and so I apologize, I didn't realize that until tonight, and I'm hopeful you'll come back the 13th so we can honor you and thank you formally as our outgoing board member, and I will say I look forward to working with you over at county schools and making great things continue to happen for our students over there, because as you'll soon learn and probably already know, we work with the most marginalized students in the entire county, and I am very proud of doing that and working with them. So looking forward to your support. You know, and then I'll start my comments. Thank you very much. And then, so last meeting, I just want to say thank you to Vice President Tillman and Mr. Solon for taking over the meeting when I left abruptly. And I do want to apologize to our folks that were giving presentations, because that's very uncharacteristic of me and not like me, but I had a very serious family emergency that happened. And, you know, it's interesting, same thing happened to Mr. Tillman tonight, so he had to leave as well, Vice President Tillman. So, you know, those occurrences happen in life when, you know, it's got to be family first. And so I really thank the team for being there when I needed them. And, you know, we want to be there for him as well. So I do have some comments that are a little bit older, because I wanted to talk about them last board meeting. And so if they're mentioned by any of my colleagues, I do apologize. But, you know, it's interesting. Dr. Dai Rogers brought up our wonderful colleague and friend and mentor, Dr. Hill, because I appreciate her support and Ms. Ceballos' support, Mr. Solon, Mr. Buckner, as we did the announcement of the Hill Teen Center and Wellness Center at the church I attend, which is Sandals Church here in San Bernardino. It was actually quite an event, very emotional event for me. It's a project we had talked about 4.5 years ago, and it's starting to come to fruition. And you know, it wouldn't happen without the support of the folks that are here, as well as throughout the community. Many of our city council members and persons and ladies as well, and even our mayor was there. So I do thank them for their support. And again, what a lovely place it'll be to honor our friend and colleague and mentor. San Bernardino County School Board Association annual meeting. Dr. Daddy Rogers was there with me and also was a panel member. So thank you for joining me there. I appreciate it. And just want to say thank you to our team for the November 7th Fentanyl Awareness Town Hall meeting. They did an amazing job. Actually, it was quite comprehensive, very informative. And I'm going to go back and look at the presentation a few times, because there's so much information there to digest. But, you know, for really taking a lead here in our city and making sure that our families and students and staff are aware of the extreme dangers of fentanyl and also how we can combat it. Attended Unforgettables Foundation Gala. That was really a wonderful gala. I want to say thank you to them for their work, because, you know, they do a lot of work behind the scenes. And, you know, unfortunately, we've had a lot of youth that have either been killed or passed here in our community, and their families struggle to provide them with a dignified service. And Unforgettables has really stepped in to assist our families in our community. So thank you to them with the burial costs for the children of our families. I'm hopeful we could support them more in the future. Our San Bernardino City Unified School District made American School and University Magazine. I'll say again. Our Dr. Margaret Hill Community Center BOV received the Outstanding Design for Administrative Office, and our Bonnie O.L. Elementary received the Outstanding Design for Library Media Center. And if you haven't seen the magazine, I brought it with me so you can take a look at the wonderful engineering designs that we get acknowledged. And I always have to thank Mr. Pace, because he gives me the magazine. He knows I like this stuff. And so I think this is at least probably the third year, I don't know how many years in a row, we've been recognized in this magazine for our architectural designs. And as we sit in this amazing boardroom, and it is absolutely amazing, trust me, that it was recognized in American School and University Facilities and Business magazine. So thank you again to our folks that have continued to bring these facilities that are just absolutely amazing for our kids. I mentioned it earlier, the Pacific High School transportation program. If you haven't had a chance, I haven't had a chance to go in. I've only driven by, and if it's even nicer on the inside than it is on the outside, wow. I was told a few things about that. And I don't want to burst anybody's bubbles, but we have a major electric vehicle manufacturer that is looking into our program and maybe wanting to come to our area. I'll let our facilities folks talk about that, because I think if we could bring them in to our area and create a pathway for our kids, we are talking about a high demand, high skill, high paid pathway right here in our backyard. Well, if we can bring their manufacturing facility to build those vehicles in San Bernardino City, that would be instrumental, monumental. And so we'll have to work with our local legislators on that. And, you know, that's something that we can hang our hat on and say, we brought them here to San Bernardino City for our kids and our families and our community. Last comment, I don't know if Dr. Funch talked a little bit about it last time when we met with our district attorney, Jason Anderson. And if hopefully you did, and if not, then, we're working with him right now on bringing the civil liberties curriculum to this district, but also creating it into a pathway. Dr. Funch, did you talk a little bit about that last time? Oh, maybe build on that in the pathway that we're looking at, integrating it into, and also how many interns we're going to have working with the DA's office, if you don't mind. This is amazing.
Well, I'd like to share just a bit of that. I got a chance to meet with Jason Anderson, our district attorney in San Bernardino, and we talked extensively about an opportunity for our young people to work in the district attorney's office with internships for those young people that are interested in law, interested in court reporting, interested in any careers that have to do with the district attorney's office. So that's cool. But there's also an opportunity to bring a civil liberties curriculum into existing pathways to train up our young people and educators about how the law works, how policing works, how the judicial system works, and just giving our young people and our staff and our adults an awareness that'll help them navigate things and even take an interest in that. So it's exciting. We're just in the discussion phase right now. We'll be meeting with Ed Services as they lead that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Funches, and Dr. Benekatesson, who I think is going to be leading the charge on that as well. And, we always make observations. Dr. Funches and I were making an observation of from who was on the bottom floor and who's on the top floor in regards to staffing. And all I could say is our kids will soon be working on that top floor and having careers there. And again, high skill, high pay, high demand positions. And I heard a lot about career pathways today. And these are the career pathways that we need and continue to need to create for our students. And wow, is all I can say. And then, again, thank you to ICUC again last night. I know Dr. Daddy Rogers was there, and Ms. Ceballos, and our executive team was there, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Funches, Ms. Applegate, and for supporting ICUC in their endeavor, and more importantly, the youth of ICUC who are doing amazing things. And those are my comments. Thank you. And we'll move on to 11.2, Administrator in Charge and Staff. Mr. Solon.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt, and good evening, Board and members of Cabinet. I see one audience member. Welcome. With that, I know the election results aren't certified, so I don't want to be preemptive with that. I do just want to communicate that once the election results are certified, communications team's working with Karen to coordinate a reception that will welcome incoming board members and obviously outgoing board members as we say farewell to Dr. Dowdy Rogers, but we thank her for her leadership service on behalf of our scholars and the district, but we know she'll do great work at the county level as well to support this community and the students' needs. So with that, here are a few other events that we want to let the board and community know about. We have a marching band showcase tomorrow at SBVC. Visual and Performing Arts Department has put together an exceptional marching band showcase, and it's on Wednesday, November 16th at 7:30 p.m. at the San Bernardino Valley College Football Stadium. The event is free and open to all families and marching band enthusiasts. Concessions and the SBVC food truck will be there. Come watch, listen to our local high school and middle school VAPA students make beautiful music. Next, we have our SPED College and Career Fair. We have a great opportunity that we hope our special education families will take full advantage of. Join SBCUSD for our upcoming Special Education College and Career Readiness Fair at San Bernardino Valley College on Saturday, November 19th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. The topics that will be covered at this free event include FAFSA support, IEP versus 504 plans, and career resources. Families will also have an opportunity to tour the Valley College campus to find out more about what is offered and specifically services for special education students. For the past 3 weeks, we've been encouraging high school seniors to register for the California DREAM Act and DACA information session taking place on Wednesday, November 16th from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Arroyo Valley High School. This session focuses on college financial aid opportunities that are available to students who may not be able to complete a FAFSA application. A virtual session will also be available. For more information, call SBCUSD's Family Engagement Office at 909-880-4057. So Pacific High School grand opening. So we've heard a lot of the great acknowledgments about the renovations that have been happening at Pacific High School. Pacific High School's renovations will bring new and improved services for our students. Planning is now underway to host a grand opening ceremony next month for the school's new state-of-the-art career technical education building, which Dr. Wyatt just spoke about, which will make it possible for Pacific students to participate in concurrent enrollment with Valley College. The grand opening will also be an opportunity to kick off the school's theater construction project, and we are considering a sledgehammer ceremony, not a shovel ceremony, sledgehammer, to commemorate the state-of-the-art construction. So stay tuned for more details about the event that the communication department is planning. And a few exciting and important highlights for you as well. Virtual Academy WASC accreditation. Virtual Academy has earned accreditation from the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, also known as WASC. WASC accreditation validates the integrity of a program's curriculum and is a certification to the public that the Virtual Learning Academy is a trustworthy institution of learning that is committed to continuous improvement and high-quality learning and well-being of students. This is a great achievement for our Virtual Academy, which was launched just last year, and given that it was created during the pandemic, as a result of the pandemic. Karma Duffy, our principal, is the Virtual Academy's principal, and she's ecstatic about this accomplishment, as well as her team. And as mentioned earlier, this past weekend, news about a fentanyl seized in our community made the headlines. SBCUSD has been ramping up our efforts to educate our families and employees about the dangers of this drug. We held a well-attended town hall last week, have posted resources to our website and social media pages, and educated our school leaders this past week about the issue. We also have ordered Narcan for our schools, which we anticipate will arrive this week. I have added this comment here because we want to take every opportunity to ask our families to speak with their students about these dangers and hope that each mention of this critical issue, we can ensure our scholars are a little bit safer. Fentanyl is finding its way into all other kinds of street drugs and counterfeit pills. It takes very little to cause an overdose, and many times people who experiment with drugs don't even know they're taking it. We will continue to provide resources to our families and students to encourage them to be bold about protecting their children against this threat. Sierra High School Counselor Recognition. Yesenia Ceballos, a counselor at Sierra High School, has been named a 2022 National Champion of Cognitive and Behavioral Therapies by the Association of Behavioral and Cognitive Therapies. That's a mouthful right there. Ms. Ceballos was nominated for this award by Dr. Maya Bustani from Loma Linda University in recognition of the efforts to promote evidence-based practice through her leadership in developing the Wellness Center at Sierra High School. Congratulations, Ms. Ceballos, and thank you for your tireless efforts to support the mental wellness of our students, bringing this national recognition to SBCUSD and Sierra High School. She will be recognized during a special award ceremony on Friday, November 18th. New York.
In New
You want
York?
New York? You want to go?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
All right.
I'm in. No, just kidding.
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. That's wonderful.
Another recognition, Family Engagement Community Relations Worker recognition. Each year, Assembly Majority Leader Eloise Gomez Reyes acknowledges 30 young leaders for their roles in service to communities in the Inland Empire. This year, our own Victor Hernandez, a community relations worker with our Family Engagement Department, has been selected as a 2022 30 Under 30 awardee. In December, the Majority Leader will recognize Mr. Hernandez during her annual 30 Under 30 award ceremony. We'll be watching for details of this event and share them with you all. Congratulations, Mr. Hernandez. All right. Yes, applause. And in closing, as we approach Thanksgiving, I would like to take the opportunity, my last here as administrator in charge at SBCUSD, to say thank you to everyone. I'd like to express my gratitude to my own team in business services, including fiscal services, accounting services, that work hard to ensure every dollar is spent in a way that makes a difference for our students. Our facilities, maintenance, and operation teams give their all to provide our community with high-quality school buildings. Our information technology crew keeps us all connected. The purchasing and warehouse team that makes sure students and staff have the resources they need. The transportation team that I have had the pleasure of leading takes great care of our kids on their way to and from our schools. And our nutrition services make sure that every child gets healthy food to eat every day. And I would be remiss if I didn't forget those who are really behind the scenes, our risk management and emergency safety teams that work diligently to ensure the safety of our students, staff, as well as their wellness. And then I'd also like to thank my fellow cabinet members and AICs for their dedication and service. It's been a pleasure to work and serve alongside you all. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve a community that mirrors the one that I grew up in, and I understand the challenges that our scholars and families face each day. I also know the heart and resilience of this community, with everyone working together to ensure our scholars reach their dreams and fulfill their promise. Thank you for entrusting so much of this great district to me while I have had the pleasure of serving in this role. I hope to have made a positive impact during my short time here and will continue to root for the success of SBCUSD and its scholars. And with that, I'm happy to hand the seat over next month in December back to Miss Anna Applegate. And I'd just like to thank everybody as we approach Thanksgiving. I wish everybody a very happy and safe Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solon, and definitely thank you for your service as well to our district. I know you've done a phenomenal job. I really have appreciated you, and you've demonstrated a high level of professionalism, patience, and restraint with this lovely board of yours. So again, we appreciate you tremendously. Let's continue, and wow, a lot of commendations out there. I mean, that was phenomenal, and again, it speaks volumes and accolades to the work that's happening here in this district and the amazing staff that we have that's doing the work as well. So congratulations to everybody that was announced today. We'll continue to move forward with 12.1, Approval Personnel Report Number 9, dated November 15, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Thank you, sir.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.2. Adoption of Board Policy 1330, Use of School Facilities, second reading. Give me a second here. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves and adopts Board Policy 1330, Use of Facilities and Grounds.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, motion carries. We'll continue, and I'm adjusting my screen here. Give me a second. Oh boy, it's not working too well. All right, there we go. 12.3, approval of Measure T and Measure N Bond Citizen Oversight Committee appointment. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves appointment of Jose Hernandez, parent representative, to the Measure T and N Bond Citizen Oversight Committee for an initial 2-year term.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Motion carries. We'll continue to move on to amendment number 1 to the memorandum of understanding between San Bernardino Unified School District and the Public Safety Academy of San Bernardino Charter School. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves amendment number 1 to the Special Education Services Memorandum of Understanding with the Public Safety Academy of San Bernardino to extend its term through June 30th, 2024.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceballos. Okay, motion carries. Moving right along. 12.5. Amendment number 1 to the Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino Unified School District and Real Journey Academies, Entre Panora High School Charter. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves amendment number 1 to the Special Education Services Memorandum of Understanding with Real Journey Academies to extend its term to June 30th, 2024.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceballos. All right, motion carries. 12.6, approval of the date for the December organizational meeting of the Board of Education. Be it resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District establishes December 13th, 2022 as the date of the official annual organizational meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceballos. All right, motion carries. Moving on, 12.7, approval to establish a student body association at the Virtual Academy. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the organization of a student body association at the Virtual Academy effective fiscal year 2022-23 in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Be it also resolved, the Board of Education authorizes Virtual Academy to establish a checking account in the name of the school's student body association.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
I just want to say I think this is great that they are, they're coming into their own and making it their own. And I had an opportunity to visit it for the first time at their harvest event, and they're doing some amazing things over there.
Absolutely. And it's quite a large program, right? How many students do we have over there now? Almost 2,000? Wow, that's a large program, large school. Great job, and congratulations to them. All right. Let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That is cool. All right, motion carries. Thank you. 12.8, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract assistant superintendent educational services. Let me see if
So
there's.
moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Okay, motion carries. 12.9, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract assistant superintendent, human resources.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Okay, motion carries. 12.10, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract assistant superintendent, student services.
So moved.
It's been-
Yes, I second it. Sorry.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Okay, motion carries. Move on to 12.11, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer.
You reading it? Oh, okay.
Oh,
So moved.
you guys been cutting me off on that, so.
Or did you
Did you
stop?
read it? Did
No,
you read
go
it?
ahead.
Oh,
I mean,
He hasn't read
you
it.
just went
I
blanket.
didn't read the
didn't
other
know.
ones either,
I
'cause you
know.
guys have been
I'm
beating
just
me
like,
up
I
on
don't
it.
know.
All right, fine. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the amendment to employment contract, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer.
So moved. Yeah? There's still more to read?
No, it's been moved.
Oh, okay.
And I'm waiting for a properly seconded.
Second.
And it's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. All right. Motion carries. We'll move on to 13.0, consent items. 13.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion or items to be pulled?
I'd like to pull 1333, just for clarification.
1333, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Any other items to be pulled other than mine? I have 13.41 I'll be pulling. It is regarding San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And let me get a little more clarification there so I can give detail. It is for a business and in-service regional education leadership academy and the cost of $3,050, and I am an employee of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, so I'll be recusing myself of that item.
Which one is it?
13.41.
4-1, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Any other items? All right, let's go ahead and vote on the consent item agenda as amended.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Now we can vote, sorry.
Aye.
Oh, I thought we did that already.
Oh, no, we did, but we also amended it. Do we have to
Okay.
vote on it after that? I'm a little late. It's a little late. I'm getting a little tired. Yeah. Are we good?
No, we already voted
All right,
on
we're
it.
good? Okay.
Because I moved it and
Okay.
Abigail
But we didn't have to
seconded.
redo
Yeah.
it. All right.
Point of order.
Point of order in almost the next day. All right, we'll move on to 13.33. Dr. Dowdy, oh, we're voting on that, and then we'll move on. Okay, my apologies.
It's late, Dr. Wyatt.
It has been long.
You want to hurry up.
I'm trying to move us right along.
Now you're ready?
Ms.
We
Cunningham?
no, the vote. We're
Oh, Ms. Ceballos, I don't know if you verbalized or not.
For which one? Because I did say aye for the previous one that you said, but
All right, well, we had to vote, so aye? Thank you.
yes.
Very good, thank you. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 13.33.
Yes, Chair, can someone
What is it?
give me clarification on this item?
All right, amendment number 1 to the renewal agreement with Atkinson, Adelson, Loya, Root, and Romo. Attorneys at law.
Okay, Dr. Rogers, as you might remember, a while back, there was a elimination of one of our service providers. And so now AALRR is our main legal service provider. And so with that, more of our managers and more of our HR professionals are tapping into AALRR rather than the other or past service provider. So that's why you see the increase in this contract or the amendment to it.
Do we not have any other options?
At this time, this is the one that we go to for personnel services and other matters related to personnel. So that's it for right now.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Question, sorry.
Ms. Ceballos, sorry, we had one more discussion question. Yes, Ms. Ceballos?
I'm sorry, Mr. Funches, I'm sorry, I'm tired too.
Right.
Who left?
It was DWK at that time.
Oh, okay, so they're taking whatever they were working on.
Correct. And it's a little bit more than personnel, but I wrap everything up into personnel.
Okay, yeah, because this is a big increase. Just for clarification purposes, how many firms do we currently work with?
I think we have at least 4 firms that we work with, Mr. Sullins, if you want to clarify that for me.
We will have to get back to you on that. We do use a number of firms for specialized services such as facilities, et cetera, but we can provide that information in the Friday update.
Could you do that, please? Could you provide an update on what the firms are and the areas that they, usually work in or under? And then also, I don't know if it's pertinent to this or not, but maybe I should have made it in my comments in regards to maybe looking at other, like CSBA. I don't think we ever got back to having that conversation, Dr. Wyatt.
I'm actually in conversation with them, and they're preparing to do a presentation for us and then share some additional information with me as well.
Thank you. That was it.
You're welcome. Alrighty, any other questions or concerns, comments? All right, I believe we need to go ahead and vote upon that one. Is that correct? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
So moved.
We already motioned, I think, right? Yeah.
Right.
Somebody second it?
I did.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, okay, so it's been moved and properly seconded. We've had discussion, so let's go ahead and vote.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. No, it's not. No, he said I didn't have to. Just recuse. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 13.41, Business and In-Service San Bernardino County Superintendent Schools Regional Education Leadership Academy Family Engagement, in the amount of $3,050. And as I've stated earlier, I am an employee that I do not have any financial interest in it, and I will be abstaining from the vote.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Almost
Aye.
there, almost there. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Is that it up there? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Is that it? Did you bring it up? No, it looked like it was the right one, was it? It was not. Oh, okay. I didn't do it. Okay. There it is. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we do have a 4 yay vote, so motion carries. We will move on to, I think we're almost there. It's a long one. 14.0, 14.1. Staff will review items, updates requested. Ms. Ontiveros.
Good evening, Board. Hopefully I captured all of your inquiries this evening. So I started with Dr. Gwen Rogers, who asked if we could provide some additional details about what we're doing differently to improve the performance of all students, especially for African American students. And I think while that might have been covered in the program, perhaps there's still some follow-up on that. Dr. Barbara Flores and Ms. Myra Ceballos asked for disaggregated data and analysis of that data to share the story of what happened to students, groups, and to determine where we might find targeted supports for them specifically. Ms. Myra Ceballos and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would show the CASP data by school site. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked about how we were using resources to provide additional supports where challenges are the greatest. Kind of relates to some of the others too, but Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would look at disaggregated data for comparative districts and across our own schools to see where success is happening. Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would look at practices happening in places like Compton and Oakland in order to find insights about what's working for them. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked if we might have some specific goals for African American achievement. Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers asked what resources we might need to dedicate in order to acquire additional support services or personnel where they are needed. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would consider using curriculum from the 1 Million Teachers of Color program. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked a question about providing more clarity on the roles and the goals for outcomes related to promoting greater success, and I know that Ms. Applegate responded live to that, so that also may have been answered, but I did capture that for you as well. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would share information about the research underlying the gap closing teaching brain-based approach that would be used by the ETSA program.
African American?
Yes. And then Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would look into the potential mold issue at Belvedere Elementary School and take immediate steps to correct it. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked for us to look into the water filters at Chavez Middle School following some student complaints. And then lastly, Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would provide a list of the legal firms with their specialties that we work with in the district.
And then I also wanted to clarify with the goals. I was referring to the percentages or increase in the CASP percentages. So looking at what are our goals of increasing for the next report.
I'll clarify that. Thank you very much.
And then also, Ginger, in the numbers for the other districts is the students' numbers as well, specifically versus the overall district's number. It's their breakdown of ethnicity
Yes.
and race like we do. And then
Yes.
also for, even though the students at Chavez did raise a complaint, it sounded like it was just the whole district and the water systems and how they're out and the water is hot and they don't really want to drink it because it's kind of out. So it's an all over thing, but they were the representative school. And then also I know coupled in my notes, I had spoke about San Bernardino High School, but I was raising that again because I was told that the billboard or the sign was going to get fixed, and I'm hearing that it's still not fixed, and there's a number of things that they're doing in the modernization over there, and it's just not seeming to get done. And more importantly, there is some portraits in the inside or some paintings in the inside that, you should probably have heard about it, Mr. Sullins, but that art has to be preserved. And again, that sign needs to get fixed.
Sure, those we can follow up on them as well. Thank you.
And before the adjournment, I would be remiss and locked out of my office if I didn't thank and acknowledge Robin and Lou. They are a great support team. I appreciate all of their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solon, and
Thank you.
we will have a motion to adjourn.
I motion.
It's been motioned and seconded, and just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving holiday. Please be safe, enjoy your time with family, get some rest, and as always, may God bless you all. Safe trip and safe drive.